All right. As usual, just give me a minute here. I'm almost done. Apologize for being a little late today. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I apologize for being late. I made a couple of adjustments to the chat, seeing, or thinking it might look kind of cool, a little bit of adjustment. Like having the name on a separate line from the message and having things coming from the right side. Forgot to test it though before starting the stream. Yeah, they didn't look great, so I wanted to just reset it back to what we had, so at least it looks decent. There's no, for example, if I align things to the right side, there's no padding, there's no like cushion between where the text ends and the end of the window, so that stuff's gonna be like all the way at the very edge of the stream. Just looks weird, doesn't look great. So anyway, stuff like that. There's actually another adjustment. I don't know which one. Didn't really think to try to figure out, but there was another one of the adjustments I did that made it so the messages did not show up at all. So like you'd see the name of the person commenting, you wouldn't see the comment at all though. I'm like, that's not the way I want it. So, hey Monmouth, welcome. Yeah, sorry for being a little bit late. Like I was saying, if you didn't catch it, I was making a few adjustments to chat. Like you see where if you have multiple messages in a row, they stack. They're on. He doesn't show your name each time. It just kind of stacks the messages up. So, um, groups them together. So I added some other changes too, and I don't think they looked good. So one of them made it so that your name would show up, but your message would be like blank, would not display. That obviously doesn't work. Then I don't know what you said. So um, anyway, so that's why I was a little late. I forgot to test those before going live. So it was like 2 minutes till, and I was opening and I was doing my little test messages to make sure that they were actually working, and it wasn't displaying well. I was like, oh, let's remove a couple of things. So the chat tool I use, it's a plugin in your browser. It gets updated regularly, basically like just about every week, maybe every couple of weeks, depending if something's going on in one particular weekend. But basically every week or two, it gets an update, a version update. So I like to keep it up to date and then see if there are new features, what's been added. And so I saw some of those. Yeah, it didn't work for me. So I think it's worth pursuing now that I've joined the Discord channel of the guy that develops it. I'm gonna reach out to him and ask him, okay, so I'm seeing this. What do I need to make sure I'm not doing at the same time as this so that I don't get this negative effect, kind of a thing. Anyway, and I did not get myself anything to drink. Give me one sec here. I'll be right back. Hey, Fofox, welcome. Yeah, you'll notice the chat's a little bit different than it has been in the past. Not a ton, but some small adjustments. Hopefully, it doesn't look too bad. I'm trying some things out. Some of the earlier settings that additional settings that I had made. Or some of the earlier additional adjustments to the settings I had made did not work. Messages were not displaying. I could see who was chatting, but I couldn't see the message. So in my tests, so we'll just do without those. Okay, so we left off in somebody's house, right? Was it the butler's house? I don't remember now. But it's in somebody's house. We're in like their study or office or whatever. Yeah, now per Monmouth's recommendation, I'm going to look more closely at the chess pieces. I need to find where those were again. There we go. Pick this up. Okay, there's a 5. Okay. And a 2. Okay. Right, that's probably the combo for this. And I don't know what order they'll be in either, but... So 5 and 2 so far. We're not any additional pieces there, so I can find the other numbers somewhere else. Those could be pretty much, I think, around the house anywhere. Or even possibly, because like I said, I think this is the butler's place or something like that. So these could even potentially be back at the Roberts Manor. Like at the mayor's place. Yeah. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. Find smoke. Did I find any clues about what? We've been finding a lot of clues. They, so far, mostly have led us to other people's homes where we can access more information. So I try not to take too long. Let me briefly kind of summarize some of the stuff we know. Okay, so Andrew Reed, let's see, what's his name? So Andrew Reed was a friend, I guess, of Scott Brooks. No, yeah, he's like, so Andrew Reed was like an adult, and Scott Brooks was like a kid at the time. Well, no, this was when Scott is a late teen. Anyway, so Andrew Reed, where is it? He works. Let me see. He works at the mansion, right? I think. Is that right? I'm trying to remember. Let's see. I want Mary. She talked about Andrew, I think. Dorothy and Bernard. This is Bernard's place, I believe. Where we are right now. This is his house. Nope, she doesn't mention. Oh no, she does. Yeah. So Scott. Andrew stared at me, or shouted at me for walking on the grass. Yeah, Andrew is like. I don't remember. Andrew's like the groundskeeper? Or, because I thought the head butler was Bernard, was it not? Anyway, Andrew is like toolbox. What about the toolbox? Anyway, Andrew works at the manor, at the mayor's mansion. Okay. And he started getting to know Scott, who was Scott was the boyfriend of the daughter of the family. So the family's daughter boyfriend was Scott, okay? And Scott started, or Scott like would show up there all the time. Anyway, Andrew and Scott started growing closer as like, you know, saying he's a good kid and stuff. And when Andrew gets drunk, Scott took care of him and stuff. So anyway, but Sophia, Andrew started seeing Sophia again. Sophia was a girl who died years ago. Oh, did we find a key to the toolbox? No, we did not. Not yet. You're talking about over at the church? We did not find anything for that now. So anyway, so Andrew, so this is taking longer than I want. Okay, so Andrew basically was a guy working for the Roberts at the mansion. Scott also was there as the boyfriend of Trisha. They know each other and kind of started being friends. Scott or Andrew had a problem with sometimes getting drunk or whatever, or taking pills, actually. I think it was restricted to pills, but also maybe alcohol. Anyway, and he started seeing Sophia again, which is the girl that had died. That's, you know, maybe is haunting everybody in town. Maybe, I don't know for sure, but anyway. So that's Scott. Bernard is the head butler at the Roberts place, basically. Charles is the husband. Derek is so Wanda was a housekeeper there. Derek ended up getting a job there sometime after Wanda had already been there, working as the chauffeur, and then Wanda eventually got diagnosed with cancer, stopped working there. Derek was still there as the chauffeur when he could. I don't remember who James Howard is, actually. Oh, James Howard was the chief of police. James Howard was the chief of police. That's right. Mary Martinez was a maid working at the Roberts mansion. Okay. Scott Brooks again is the boyfriend of the daughter. Steve Moss, this is the PI that was hired. I don't remember by whom, but was hired by somebody to go investigate stuff going on at Painscreek. Okay. Trisha is the daughter of the mayor. So Charles is the mayor, Trisha's daughter. Vivian is Charles' wife and Trisha's mom. Okay? So I think that's all for the characters. Okay, that's kind of a summary of that. Not all the specific details, but so there are a lot of things that are a little fishy. Vivian was found basically like in the front, or like in the yard in front of her place, dead. Scott had been seen talking to her not too long before Vivian was found dead. It was hours. It was a number of hours. So there's definitely a possibility Scott did not do anything, but he was the chief suspect because he was the last person that anybody saw with Vivian. So the mom of the mayor's family, the wife of the mayor, was found dead. Scott, the boyfriend of the daughter, was found talking to Vivian like a few hours before Vivian died. Okay. Scott ended up going to a hunting lodge. I'll show you on a map where that is in a minute here, okay? So Scott ended up going to a hunting lodge, staying there for a time after he had talked to Vivian. So he didn't know Vivian got killed. I mean, at least the way it seems. If the information we have is correct, then Scott did not know Vivian died and Scott had been over at the hunting lodge. We do not know who fell out of the window yet. We do not have that information yet. So Vivian died that way, okay. The hospital got closed after Vivian died. A number of people started leaving town, and eventually there were too few patients at the hospital. They could not keep it running, so the hospital got closed, and any other remaining patients that might have needed help were sent to a town nearby to that hospital instead. Scott, of course, said he wasn't guilty, didn't do anything. Henry Johnson was, I think he was the head doctor at the hospital, and he had left town in a car and was found at the bottom of a lake dead. He'd been there for like a week or something, or maybe a couple weeks before they found his body. in the car in the bottom of the lake. For a while, they just thought maybe he went out of town on a business trip, because he did that from time to time. And then when he was gone longer than they expected, they started going, well, we don't know where he is. They started looking for him, and then eventually somebody, I think, was hiking and found something in the lake, and they called the police, and the police came and found that. Coal mine incident. So 20 years ago, 6 members of this village, so Painscreek, plus a couple of neighboring towns, Hillsdale and Old Creek, died in a mine demolition. And the coal mine was owned by Charles Roberts, or the Roberts family. And so that kind of ties to the whole mayor's family as well. And not like pretty much almost right after that, after the accident happened, Vivian opened the hospital and did fundraising and stuff to try to get the hospital set up to help people, and also to help in a fund for the families of those who died and so on. Okay, and then Andrew Reed again was working at the mansion and knew Scott. He and Scott started to become friends. Andrew did have a substance abuse problem, pills for sure, and I think maybe alcohol as well. And anyway, but he was found dead. This is like 10 months after Vivian Roberts' death. Vivian died in 94. This is like August of 94, something like that. And this is June of 95. Okay. So anyway, so people are more and more, one of the themes in this, or not themes, one of the patterns in our mystery so far is that people start dying. More and more people start dying, right? The head doctor died. Vivian died. Andrew Roberts died. A lot of people dying. Okay. So we have the sheriff. Basically, he was getting reassigned. Finally, by 1998, he got reassigned. So it was like, took about 4 years, but then he got reassigned. Vivian's murder case. 6 months before Vivian's death, Scott was fired from working at the mansion. But Scott was still the boyfriend of Trisha, the daughter. Okay. This is Dr. Johnson, the chief doctor there. I don't know who Daniel is. We don't have a Daniel in our character list, right? Yeah. So I don't know who Daniel is, but somebody was staying at the hospital, and or was getting help from the hospital for hallucinations, I guess. But they started working full time at the mansion as well. Yeah, we don't know what the cause of the deaths are. Although we do know that Andrew specifically says that he started seeing Sophia, which is a dead girl. So he started seeing like a ghost. And then we also have a home that had a massive fire. Most of the stuff in the home was destroyed. And on the second floor was like a circle, some kind of a witchcraft or sorcery or something circle. Maybe a summoning circle. I keep calling it a summoning circle for like a shorthand. I don't know that anything was actually trying to be summoned, but maybe. We don't know for sure. Anyway. So, okay, and then, okay, yeah, see, this is anonymous, so we don't know who it is, but somebody hired Steve Moss, this PI. Okay, here's a list of people. So Bernard is the head butler. Derek is the chauffeur. That's the son of Wanda, who was a cook, I think it was, who ended up getting cancer. Housemaid, I guess. I thought she was a cook. Okay, housemaid. Andrew Reed, yeah, was the gardener, carpenter, handyman, and he died like 10 months after Vivian died. Dorothy Patterson was the nanny. We don't really know much about Dorothy yet. Mary Martinez was the housemaid, and we had her diary and learned a lot about stuff that she saw going on and everything. Anyway, Fund embezzlement looks like Dr. Johnson was embezzling fund from the foundation that Vivian had set up, which I'm not saying that means Vivian did anything at all. I'm not saying that at all. We don't have any real evidence that she did anything other than this is possible motive for, getting rid of him because he was ripping you off. That's one piece of evidence. It's not really proof, so I don't think this is really justifiably a claim we make against Dr. Johnson yet. But we know that Dr. Johnson was apparently being investigated for embezzlement, and there apparently was evidence about it. And then there also was some stuff at the hospital about him going on business trips. We don't know what those were exactly, so there might have been something tied to that maybe is suspicious later. And then finally, our medical report from Vivian. She had been hospitalized previously. I think it was for like a nervous breakdown. I think it was like major stress or something. And so she went to the hospital. She did get let out sometime, because this is 1974. She died in 1994, so like 20 years. Like she had 20 years to recover from this, so she wasn't in the hospital all that long, I don't think, if I remember right. So those are kind of the clues as far as that stuff goes. I don't remember what our character's name is. Do you remember, Monmouth, what our character's name is? We are a journalist investigating this further before the town gets sold off in pieces by the county. So we're trying to find out what's going on before that happens. I don't know what our name is. We're not related to the town other than we're investigating to try to see if we can solve the murder, or at least learn more about the murder before all this stuff gets taken away. Sort of, not exactly, but sort of the same setup. Sort of the same setup as Scratches, where the writer that we were playing was trying to use the atmosphere and everything, and maybe learn about the house by staying there for a bit before the house potentially got sold off. And then, of course, it looks like it did not really happen until the DLC, which was, I think, what was that, 2 or 3 years later? So, anyway. Yeah, that's kind of, though, that gives you an idea. That's kind of the setup for this. The same type of scenario. Yeah, no problem. And we might get something that reminds me what our character's name is, but that was the last time we had a reference was at the very beginning of the story, as like the very beginning of the prologue or whatever, when we are approaching Painscreek. So not sure that we're gonna have anybody say our name again, unless, I mean, it's possible somehow we end up tied to this place more than we understand or realize. It's possible, for sure. None of those open, none of those open. So far, I'm not seeing any additional chess pieces. We've been, I think, through most of the rest of the house, but I was not, since we were in that office earlier, that was pretty much just about the last place we were last time we streamed this. So I might have missed. I didn't, I guess I should say, not don't, but I didn't know that there would be chess pieces showing up. So I didn't really pay it as close attention. I mean, you'd think something like that I would at least try to hover over and click on or whatever, but... Right. And we have keys. Oh yeah, this is Hunting Lodge and Cabin. I think this is the lodge key, I believe. I don't remember if I tried this on there or not. But that does not work. Mansion security room. Probably not. Yeah. Okay. So not there. The first, or this key, I think, right here would have been more likely of the different keys we have. And it was also no, so. Bunch of mail sorted here. How does it feel to ruin the lives of many? Something costed me my job, you heartless witch. You don't deserve to live. Yikes. Well, somebody was angry. I mean, I guess on the positive side, it looks like they were taking their anger out by writing letters that they never sent. So they were just like venting their frustrations, is what it sounds like, which is good if that's true, right? I thought we already read this. Did we or did we not? Vivian Roberts' diary. Yeah, we got this. So from early 70s. This is when Charles was running for election. And there's, you know, they had a good anniversary. They had a happy marriage in the 70s at least. Magdalene, I don't know who that is. Wondering when they're going to have babies. Probably, possibly her mom. But why wouldn't she say mom is coming? So I don't know. Maybe she didn't have a good relationship, or maybe it's somebody else, not a relative. Anyway, and then Edwards, last name of somebody who was going to be a donor for her husband's campaign to run for mayor. He called and tried to push her into a business agreement. She rejected it because she said it breaches a trust agreement between the companies. So she didn't expect him to threaten by backing out from supporting Charles, but she's like, well, if he's not going to support Charles, he's not going to support Charles. I'm not going to be strong-armed into doing a business deal I know is morally questionable and legally breaks an agreement, and so is illegal anyway. I don't know if it's open. Oh, place item. I don't think we have anything to place there, but that is interesting. So we can put something in the clock and maybe open it. So in some ways, this is at least it's not as heavily so, but in some ways this is kind of a little familiar, or not familiar, a little similar. I can't talk tonight. To the Inheritance of Crimson Manor. Not all that much, but a little bit with stuff like that. Where there's like a key, you have to figure out, oh, this goes here, and then this unlocks, and then, oh, I see, kind of a thing. Oh, so I'm not where I thought I was. We're actually in the mansion, in the Roberts mansion. Which does make sense, but I just didn't remember that I was here. Oh, and I know why. I know why I didn't realize. Because wherever it is. Yeah, down here. This security, no, it's not the security room. Hang on, I have a map. Let's just do that. It's the first floor. I want the second floor. It's not the security office. We already were there, right? I don't know. Anyway, we went to, I believe it was Bernard's place, and found a key that let us in the room. This is Trisha's room. This is locked. And I don't believe any of the keys we have work on this. I've tried these already, I believe. This one. Yeah. Cool. Okay, well, we do have the key to the... I don't know what else we can do here right now. We obviously found those 2 chess pieces, which was useful. So 52, full 5 and 2 are 2 of the numbers we want. But since I don't know if we really have much more to go on currently, what I'm going to do is we're going to head over to the hunting lodge. Because we have that key now that should go to the hunting lodge. So we're going to head over there and see if we get more details, right? More clues, but also more keys potentially. Maybe references to places we need to visit that we haven't yet discovered. Whatever it might be, right? But I did try to get into the hunting lodge very, very, very early game and could not get in, of course. There was everything was locked or there was no way up. So there's like a back porch, but it was up and there's no climb or jump in this game. So we could not get up on the back porch to try to get in, so. All right. Lie down here. And then, let's see, that's the hospital. We don't want to go quite that far. This does not go through, though, yeah. I want to, when I can, cut through. There we go. Yeah, and out to the forest here. And there is, over here, like the playground, basically, like a little kids' play area. And there, it's possible I missed something, but I did look through here before. I did not see anything on the ground, or like the teeter-totter, or seesaw, whichever way you say it, or anything like that. I didn't find anything on the ground or around any of the equipment that I could use. So we might come back here later if we get a specific reference, but right now it's just it would just be kind of blindly feeling about in the dark effectively, not having really any. That was a bit of a lag spike there, sorry about that. It's kind of useless. It's not really helpful if we don't really know much. Oh, there's a reference to the well also. We can't get into it, but there was a reference about something being, I think, down in the well or hidden in the well or something like that. Check hospital for missing tools. Visit Andrew at the hospital. Yeah, we need the tools, I believe, like we had talked about before, are at the church, or at least there's a toolbox at the church. So basically, I think it's that wait, is it that the hospital has the toolbox? I think it might be. Or else the hospital had it on loan. Anyway, either the hospital or somebody else that I can't remember actually owns the toolbox, and then it kind of gets lent out to people that need it from time to time. So the hospital needed it, so they were using it for a time. That's why he's checking. That's why Scott here on the note is saying that he wants to go to the hospital, check if they have the toolbox. Also, while he's there, visit Andrew, because Scott and Andrew were getting close. Scott worked for a time for the Roberts, got fired about 6 months before Vivian's death, but Scott was still dating Trisha, and Andrew was still the groundskeeper / repairman / whatever, right? So, anyway, so Scott was going to do that at the hospital, and then we ended up finding the toolbox actually at the church. I don't remember if the church owns it, and they are the ones that loan it out, or if they have it on loan. I don't remember which way it works. But anyway, not really loan. It's not, nobody's like owes money back. It's like lending it, I guess, would be a better word to use, right? Anyway, okay, let's try this. And now we're going in the hunting lodge. Everything was fine. My life was going just great. Then I entered a creepy hunting lodge. I'll never be the same. Just like fax machines and stuff. No connection. Okay, so the power here still works. Turn my flashlight off. The power works then. There is a crouch, so you can try to look down at things, and possibly if there actually ends up being an enemy at some point, then possibly try to sneak and or hide from them. But okay, so we could open that. I don't see anything up here. Not even a way to try to play this. Of course, it doesn't have a disc on it. No, it does. It has a record right there, but I guess we're not going to try. Okay, anyway, that's fine. Okay, a key. Don't know what the key goes to. We have a key. Another key. Nice. We're getting all kinds of keys. Okay, so we want to read this journal. Diary of Scott. Bottom left. Scott. Okay. Sunday, February 14th, 1993. Today is Valentine's Day. I wanted to spend the day with Trisha, but Charles invited me to go hunting. I was nervous. Not because it's my first time hunting, but because it's with Trisha's dad. It turned out that I actually enjoyed being with him. I feel comfortable talking to him. Friday, June 18th, 1993. So we're looking at what? Another 5 months later? I don't get it. No, 4 months later, I guess. I don't get it. Why would Father Matthew forbid me to be with Trisha? Father Matthew is the one who adopted Scott. He's also the pastor over the church. So when he says Father Matthew, it is basically dad to Scott. It's his adoptive dad, right? Anyway, or adoptive? Foster for sure, at least. I think adoptive, but maybe just foster. Anyway, I don't get it. Why would Father Matthew forbid me to be with Trisha? Is it because I'm not rich? Or because I'm an orphan? He didn't explain anything to me. Maybe he doesn't love me anymore? I feel so confused. June 22nd, so only like half a week later, 4 days later. We quarreled again today. I couldn't stand Father Matthew's preaching attitude, so I yelled back at him. I know I shouldn't have done that, but I'm so frustrated. Father Matthew said that I'm not an orphan. What does that mean? Does he know who my parents are? I pressed him to keep talking, but he wouldn't tell me anything after that. I need to know more. About a little over a month later, about 5 weeks later, Saturday, July 31st, 1993. These past weeks, it's become more difficult for me to talk to Father Matthew. Whenever we speak, he addresses only church stuff. I've realized that I'm starting to avoid Father Matthew. Whenever he asks me how my day was, I don't feel like answering him. When I ask him about my past, he's always trying to change the subject. I feel so frustrated. September 2nd, so this is, like basically a month later. Like a month and 3 days or something. I've moved out of the church. Father Matthew did not object, although he looked a little bit sad. Mr. Roberts was kind enough to let me stay at his cabin if I'm willing to work for him as an assistant gardener. So that's why Scott started working at the mansion as an assistant gardener, and that's also why Scott has stuff here at this hunting cabin. It's the Roberts cabin, but Scott is allowed to stay here. So if I'm willing to work for him as an assistant gardener. That way, the mansion garden can still be well maintained, even when Andrew can't make it. Because Andrew, like we were saying earlier, has some substance abuse problems, and which not only it could be where he's under the effects of the substance he's taken. Some of the time could be a reason why he can't make it, but also Andrew clearly was having hallucinations, possibly as a side effect to the substance or not. And Andrew was at the hospital sometimes. Again, possibly as a consequence of the substance or for other reasons. So Andrew was gone from time to time, clearly. And that, by the way, that was the house that was burned. I wasn't remembering whose it was. Andrew Reed's house was the one that we found where it was burned and there was like a circle up in the upstairs, one of the rooms. That was Andrew's place, I'm pretty sure. I might be mistaken, but I'm like 85% confident it was Andrew's place, we'll say. Okay, November 3rd, so 2 months later. It's been a month since Charles gave me this cabin to stay. I still don't know where to start my investigation. Andrew has been drinking. Bernard asked me to bring him home today. Whenever he's drunk, he accuses himself, saying he's a sinner. Sometimes he'd mutter names I've never heard of. Of all the names, I think I only recognized Magdalene. I just can't remember where I heard that name before. Magdalene was the one that Vivian had mentioned. We'll go back to that entry in a second and read what she said about Magdalene again. So this is like 4 days later, half a week. I just returned from the orphanage and found out that it was Father Calvin who brought me there. The record sheet stated that I was born from Painscreek, or that I was from Painscreek. But how? If I was born in Painscreek, there must be records of me in the hospital. But I've checked. There's none. November 16th. I broke into Father Matthew's bedroom today. I shouldn't have done that, but he might have had something that could tell me about my birth parents. Unfortunately, he didn't have anything relevant. November 20th. Andrew's drunk again. This is the 5th time I had to bring him home and then cover his shift. It's getting quite annoying. As I laid him down on his bed, he muttered repeatedly, "I'm so sorry, Sophia." Who's Sophia? Interesting. Okay. So going back to the Vivian diary, she mentions Magdalene. Magdalene is coming. What should I do? Always asking when we'll be having kids. Don't think I'm ready yet. Not when I'm still recovering from miscarriage. Oh, you know what? Magdalene might be Charles' mom, so her mother-in-law. That might be it. I don't know for sure. But maybe. Okay. So we don't actually know who Magdalene is. Per se. Somebody Vivian knew, and somebody that apparently Scott heard mentioned. But we don't actually know, like, her relation to anybody or whatever. Okay, let's see. Didn't look like anything on the fireplace mantle. Master carpentry. Yeah, if he's going to be doing carpentry and groundswork and stuff, obviously this would be something he'd want to want to study, right? So that makes sense. My own carpentry was actually kind of the hard knocks of life course, basically. All the carpentry work I would do with my dad growing up, and then training, and then setting out on my own to do some too. There was some training I did. I did like hours and hours of training, but I first started learning it by helping out on my dad's house, when he would do like, today we're building a shed, or we need to repair the roof, or not put roofing on, although we did that too, but like repair holes in the roof and stuff. Or today we're going to put up shelves, or today we need to repair the stairs, or name a bunch. Today we're going to work on the porch. Whole bunch of carpentry work. So anyway, usually it was repairs. It was not all that often that it was actually creating stuff. Knife has a dull blade. Interesting. Why? That's a significant clue, I think. Otherwise, why tell me anything about it? If it just is a knife, nothing else, you just assume by default it's sharp. So that's significant. I don't know the significance of it, but that is significant. Interesting. Jars. Oh, hang on. Close this one in a second drawer. Not just towels. And an empty utensil holder. Cleaning supplies. don't see anything else in there. Okay. And then these hooks with where keys could go, but they're empty. We did obviously find the 2 keys in the drawers, but whatever those were, they're not available to us. Interesting. I wonder if any of the keys go to any of these. Let's see. Not that one. This one. It's chest box. Can I view this? Let's see. Church key. Oh, this might be for the guest house of the church that we... Okay. And then chest box. So it's not going to be the gun... It's not going to be the gun case, so I don't need to worry about that. No bathroom key. Okay, bathroom light. Okay, let's do this. Oh, pills. Probably not great. He might have gotten those from Andrew, like as in he might have taken them away from Andrew or something. I mean, he might have taken them himself. We don't know. But I'm just saying. Chest box and then the church. So it's not going to be either of those. So we don't have a key for here either. I don't know if we're ever going to get on the back porch. Oh, no, we're not. Yeah, this is a door. Goes out to the back. But it's got this table in front of it. We're not opening that anytime. Or at least anytime soon. I suppose it's possible we find something that we can like set against the porch, like maybe lean some kind of long board and we can walk up the board. Maybe, probably not. I'm not holding my breath, but I'm just saying. I'm saying technically it probably is possible that something will happen, but we don't have any information on that. So. Okay, so that's for now. I think pretty much the hunting lodge. Yeah, see, we can't get onto this. And the backside is the ground goes down, like a downward slope here underneath. So we can't even reach it over there. Okay. I'm pretty sure I tried the very far side over here. Yeah, that slopes down. Okay, so let's go to the church. That's gonna be the next. And the other, the other was, which was a chest box. I mean, some kind of a chest. I think at the church we had a toolbox. Oh, but there was a chest also, wasn't there? Yeah, there was a chest. Right? I think it was actually, I think it was Scott's chest, in fact. Okay, let's get our butts back over to the church. It's good that there's a run in this game. I mean, when you've got a big, like a full town like this, you sort of need to be able to go places faster than just walking. Guest house or that first? Let's try the chest first. I don't know that it matters. Probably not, but try the chest and see if this key will help us out with that. This way. Okay, chest. Bathroom. Wait, the chest maybe was downstairs then, huh? Yeah. So this is when he was a little kid. This is a diary from Scott when he was a little kid. We have a safe there also. Yeah, we have a lot of things we have yet to unlock. Just made a bit of progress in the game, but still have quite a bit to do. That turns that on. Anyway, I'll let the bill run up for the county. Okay, this might be, it says Scott's things, so there we go. And we're in here. Okay, pick up. This is basement key. Ah, okay. And read this letter. St. Patrick Orphanage, February 2nd, 1994. Dear Scott, I'm Sister Rachel. Although I wasn't here when you last came, I hope you remember me. I was your nursing mother after you arrived here those years ago. I understood you came here earlier to find out how you came to be at St. Patrick's Orphanage. On July 4th, 1975, Father Calvin came to us holding a basket with you in it. He said that you'd lost your parents, and there's no one to take care of you. He told us that your name was Scott. After he left, Sister Emma asked if I would be willing to take care of a baby. At first, I hesitated because it was a huge responsibility. But when I saw your face, so full of innocence and curiosity, I felt as if God himself had delivered you to me. I accepted the task. When you were 10, Father Matthew came to see you. He'd just become the head priest of Painscreek Trinity Church. He visited often, usually at the beginning of the month. Whenever he left, he would leave an envelope containing a small sum of money. He said it was for everything you needed, and that whatever was left, then given to the orphanage. I would be lying to say I wasn't sad when you left the orphanage. But when Father Matthew adopted you, I believe your life would be better in Painscreek than here, and I dearly hope it's true. Yeah, so he was adopted. It was not foster. I was right. I was remembering right. He was adopted by Father Matthew. Everything enclosed within the package used to be yours. I think you should have all these. May God bless you, Sister Rachel Davis. All right. Okay, got this. A blanket with moon stars and my baby boy. At text at the corner. Interesting. Okay. We have a journal. Another journal. So this is okay. The journal that's at the hunting lodge is the one just before this. That was all in 1993 as well, and we ended like beginning or mid-November. This is now the 30th of November, so same year. So continuing from that set of journal entries. I asked Andrew about Sophia. First, he freaked out, saying that I shouldn't go around speaking that name. Then, he said he had never heard that name in his life. Is he hiding something? I mean, why would he lie about Sophia? This makes me want to know who Sophia is even more. December 2nd. I asked Wanda if she knew anything about Sophia. She said Sophia used to work as a maid in the mansion for a few years until she was let go. When asked why, Wanda said she didn't know. However, she thought that Sophia was a manipulative woman that would do anything to get what she wanted. Wanda resented that. December 8th. I met Derek today and asked if he knew anyone by the name of Sophia. Apparently, he's not on speaking terms with me. I wonder if it has anything to do with Trisha. December 13th. During today's lunch break, I asked Bernard if he knew about Sophia. He was surprised that I knew that name, but proceeded to say he did not know her that well. Somehow, I feel uncomfortable whenever I talk with Bernard. His cold gaze gives me the shivers. December 18th. I met Dorothy while tending to the garden. I asked her about Sophia. She looked confused. She was curious as to where I'd heard that name. I told her it came from Andrew. She kindly explained that Sophia was a close friend of hers when Sophia first came to work for the Roberts family. Unfortunately, she had an affair with Charles when Vivian was hospitalized. Shortly after, she left Painscreek. No one has heard of her ever since. Dorothy thinks that Sophia has probably started a new life in another place. I wonder if the affair was the reason everyone's quiet about it. Now, it says she left Painscreek and Dorothy thinks she started a new life. What if she left Painscreek, left, or that she left Painscreek in a body bag, effectively? Not literally, but if you get my meaning, right? What if she left town, but somebody followed her and took care of her, and that's why nobody's heard of her since? Maybe. Interesting. And not in a great way, by the way. Okay, that looks like a toolbox, but we can't even interact with it, so I don't think that's the one we want. This one's obviously open and has, that looks more like a lunch pail, to be frank. But it's just boxes, a couple of boxes in there. It's not going to be the toolbox we want. Yeah, she disappeared. Exactly what I'm thinking. I'm like, bro, I feel like she did not just disappear. I feel like she disappeared. Yeah. Exit. Uh-oh. Okay. Key to a basement. Oh, but it's not, it doesn't work here? Can't use it. Oh, because I don't see a keyhole. I would need to use the key on a keyhole. All I'm seeing is a handle. Interesting. Okay. So maybe not, maybe we don't go that way. Can we also have the key? I think. I don't know for sure, but I think what we have also is the key to that, because it got the church, like the cross on it, the key to the guest house or whatever on the side of the church. She's in the well. Maybe. Definitely could be. Yeah. That would suck, but I mean, it definitely is a possibility for sure. Okay, let's see if we are able to open this one. Do not have a keyhole here? I think this is the keyhole, right? Isn't that keyhole shaped? We can't use this. Interesting. It says it's locked, so there should be some way to unlock it. Huh. There's not a back side to that either. Game developer also wrote the music? Nice. I like it. I like multi-talented. That's great. Yeah. For sure. Okay, what else could this unlock? Is there another door inside here that we've not opened? Maybe. I don't remember. There probably is. There's probably some door that I'm not remembering offhand that we still have to open. Can't go in there. That's the bathroom. We already did that. We have no doors here. That one, no, there's not one there. I was just saying that was blocked off. That's a cabinet, actually. This is open. Cannot go down there. Can't even get a key to try to work there. This we've already been in. Ah, this room. This room's locked still. Maybe that's what the key goes to. There we go. Ah, this is probably Father Matthew, where Father Matthew was staying. Like his room, I guess. Bedroom. Oh. Not gonna do the cross symbol. I I like to respect people's religions. I don't want to. Feel like that's disrespectful if you're not actually using it the way they mean it. And I would not be, so not gonna be doing that. This is Matthew Brooks. Yeah, Father Matthew. Okay. June 16th, 1975. So 20 years roughly, 19 years before the murder. A few months have passed since I've arrived here. The missionary trip is harder than I expected. There's no clean water, food lacks nutrients, and there isn't enough medicine. We have requested help from WHO, but haven't received any reply yet. I feel so frustrated. What can I do? Father Matthew escarped as well. Yeah. March 3rd, so this would be 6 weeks later, roughly. When Father Calvin first sent me here, he asked if I would be willing to stay for 6 months. It would be a good training for me, he said. I agreed. That was before I came. 6 months have now passed. I think I will extend this for another 6 months. People here need as much help as they can get. Not a doctor, but I can help them through my support and prayers. I will let Father Calvin know about my decision. September 6th. Same year. September 16th, I should say. So we jumped forward 6 months, basically. Yeah, 6 months. Time flies. I can't believe I'll be going home tomorrow. I'll miss the people here. At the same time, I can't wait to get back home and meet everyone again. September 19th, 1975. Father Calvin summoned me this morning and told me that Sophia had left Painscreek. How can that be? The last time we wrote, she told me she had so many things to share with me when I got back. Was she forced? Is she hiding something? I just cannot believe that Sophia left without telling me anything. Something must have happened to her that she could not tell me. Yeah, she lost the ability to speak, or think, or breathe, or have her heart beat, or keep her body warm. There are several things that happen. December 29th. Okay, this is 3 months later. It's been almost 6 months since Sophia left Painscreek. I've asked everyone around. No one seemed to know where she went. Father Calvin told me to let it go. He's right. I should not dwell on matters of the heart. There are more important things in life that I need to focus on. If Sophia and I are meant to meet again, God will let me know. It's time I move on with my life. Oh, was there something romantic between him and Sophia, maybe? I don't know if there's strong evidence that that is true, but there is an implication that something more than just casual acquaintances was going on. So, O'Malley and Associates. Dear Mr. Brooks, we valued your case and have accepted the request to represent your son, Scott Brooks, in court. Okay, I'll stop. First of all, today I'm really off on my Scottish accent. And secondly, I don't want to read through the whole thing, torture everybody. Okay, we'll just read normal. Dear Mr. Brooks, plus you might have had an American accent. I don't know. We've evaluated your case and we accept the request to represent your son, Scott Brooks, in court. We're in the process of drafting an appeal for his release. Considering the sensitivity of the situation, we urge you not to make any public statements until consulting with us. Additionally, we would like copies of any government documents related in any way to your son. Medical records, transcripts or copies, or transaction receipts, I should say, travel documents, previous criminal charges, if any, etc. The more we have, the better we can help in your son's case. We'll be in contact within the next few days. Sincerely, Brendan O'Malley. So it's a receipt. The ones that are highlighted are check from car dealership, first payment fee for Scott's lawyers, second payment fee for Scott's lawyers. I don't know what to make of that. Obviously, if he got into some degree of trouble, right? That's actually what this letter was about. But I don't know what the check from the car dealership is about. See, it just talks about like sensitivity of the situation and stuff. It doesn't tell me what the crime was. Do we know that from something else? I don't think so. I mean, other than obviously there's the whole like Vivian Roberts thing. But this is, does it have a date? 1995. This is after Vivian died, like a year after. Unless it might have taken a year to go to trial, and this is stuff for the court case, maybe. Yeah. I mean, there is that to a point, but the thing I would say is some of this is, I mean, it is big spending, but some of this is kind of like not just, it's not like he was a wasteful spender all the time. Maybe. It depends. Because this is a check from the car dealership, making me think that something went wrong with the car or something, or he had to send the car for repairs or something, and then he got a check. I don't know. But yeah, he did spend a lot. You're right. Absolutely was right. Withdrawal. I don't know. I don't know how much priests get normally for pay either. So I don't know what percentage of his finances that might have represented. Yeah, survival rations. Yep. Diary. Matthew Brooks again. Okay, so we get more. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, Scott is his son, right? Adoptive, sure, but still his son. So obviously he's spending a lot on the lawyer, probably trying to get Scott free, right? Even if there was tension between the two of them, where they weren't talking all the time, like Scott was describing in his journal, still, they're obviously, I think, based on the fees for the lawyers and stuff, I think there's obviously love there. Because if Matthew were a well-to-do rich guy, it might be different. His attitude toward his son. My son's disgraced me. I disown him. I pretend like I don't know him or something. Or, that's always a possibility for most people. But Matthew is a priest. So, I mean, we know there's some bad priests. Bad priests who do things to young people, unfortunately. But generally speaking, I think we still understand as a reader or a player that a priest, unless we have evidence to the contrary or people describing the contrary, we generally assume a priest is going to be like more of a try to be a good person, like forgiving and trying to work things out and stuff. So I would expect the fees on the lawyer were not for some kind of saving face, like trying to help his reputation not get tarnished or whatever. Probably is more likely to be something along the lines of, I actually care, I'm worried about my son, and I want to help him in any way I can, right? Yes, survival of the Sunday morning tithings, that's right. Okay, so here's another journal from Matthew. 71, so we're back 20 years again. Yeah, good moral framework sort of guy, right, exactly. Again, nobody's perfect. Everybody makes mistakes, but from what we've seen, we don't know for sure. I haven't read enough. I mean, you might know because you think you've played this before, or maybe you have. Anyway, anybody who's played this before would know. But from what evidence we have so far in the game, Father Calvin seems like mostly, generally, a stand-up guy who just happens to have been involved in, where his stepson, or his adoptive son was in trouble with the law, so he was trying to help him out. And he had some tie to Sophia, we don't know, but I did notice her name on the journal entry page on the right, so let's read this and see where this goes. February 25th, 1971. I'd always wanted to be adopted, but I guess heaven had something else in store for me. Instead of being taken in by a family, I came to Painscreek Trinity Church. To be honest, I prefer to have a real family with people whom I can call mom and dad. But Father Calvin said God has other plans for my future, and in time, I will come to realize it. May 1971, May 2nd, so a couple months later. The Roberts family is looking for a new maid. I told Mrs. Roberts that a relative of mine would fit the position really well. I know I shouldn't lie, but I want Sophia to be here in Painscreek. Now, is he lying about her being his relative? Or is he lying about her fitting the position well? I think he's lying about her being a relative. I think he likes Sophia. He's like romantically interested in her. And maybe she, him too, I don't know. But I think Father Matthew was romantically interested in Sophia and wants her closer so he can try to get to know her better and, develop relationship more or mend things if there's been a falling out, something along those lines. And so he lied and said Sophia was his sister or was a relative, and so she's going to come and work for the Roberts and stuff. Anyway, Father Calvin always said we have to help those who are in need. Sophia is in need, and I'm sure she'll be glad to have this job. Yeah, and I don't think it's just that Sophia's in need. The way that one thing he said earlier about her, I feel like he has feelings for her a little bit at least. Maybe it's just puppy love or something, like a crush, but anyway, August 10th, so 3 months later. Since starting the job at the mansion, Sophia has settled in nicely. Whenever she has time off from work, we've been exploring Painscreek together. I have so much to show her. It's just like the orphanage days, and I'm extremely comfortable being with her. October 27th. Today was Sophia's day off. We ate at the Moon Cafe again. I can't seem to get enough of this place. The food's delicious, the atmosphere relaxing, the coffee tastes great. Maybe it's all because of Sophia's company. Still, I love to hang out there. Hang out here. This is definitely one of my favorite places in Painscreek, followed closely by the church and the Little Big Books. Cool. Okay. Pretty much just the journal, though, there. Okay. All right. Okay. Still don't know how to enter the building that's basically tied or like against the side of the church. Still don't know how to enter that. We did not get any new keys entering that room. So we should have these 3 left. This is a basement key? What basement? Trying to think where we have basement. I mean, it could be the manor again, the Roberts Manor. Get it back over there and see. I don't remember there being a door to a basement of the hospital, despite the fact there was some mention about like a utility closet or something. So I don't expect anything to be there. But yeah, that's on the side. That's not the basement, so we can't enter that. And the key with an exquisite design, usually designed to be used with villas and mansions. And then found in the mansion security room inside the key cabinet. Do we have that symbol somewhere? I wonder. That might be. So if we go down to the town center, unless this has something too, but if we go down here, there were some some posters, right? Maybe flyers too, but there were some posters or something, either outside or inside this. Yeah, I don't see anything out here. Yeah, let's see if there's a poster inside. Somewhere there were posters, and I wanted to see if maybe one of the stores or whatever had the symbol on it. But I don't know if maybe there are not. Maybe there are not. Oh no, here we go. Flyers. Let's see. Sunday worship. Barber. That doesn't match this. This is like a forward and backward R with only like a third of the way from the bottom, a line in between. Okay, so no. 35 Black Pine, the Moon Cafe was mentioned in the journal entry. But Church, Roberts Relief Foundation. Oh. RR? What's the I don't see the symbol though. It's Josh Taylor. Yeah, I don't know, but it doesn't seem. Okay. We'll just leave this. I don't think. Whoops. Nope. No. Sorry. Where is it? I'll text it. Here we go. I'll turn around, apparently. Yeah, so we're going to continue, I think, trying to go toward the mansion, or going to the mansion, and seeing if we can find a place to use that exquisite key. There's also a basement, like I was saying earlier, and the basement key we have could go to a locked door in the mansion. I don't know for sure, but I did early, didn't I? No, that's right. Oh, here we go. Okay. And try a couple of those on the garage too, just since we're here. Especially the one I think probably has the best chance of working on the garage door is the exquisite key, but I don't know. We'll try. Well, we won't try the basement key because it's not a basement we're trying to get into, but otherwise I'll try the other keys. It's not that one. Now here's the exquisite key. No, okay. And it's not a basement like I said, so let's go back inside now. Basements. So I want stairs down somewhere. I don't know why I got caught up on that. Anyway. Another safe also that we don't know how to open right now. It's not there. Well, that goes up to the exercise room. Basement. This might take this key. Ah, there we go. Ruh-roh. This is a fancy room. None of those are going to open. Or those. Tell me you don't want to open things by not telling me you don't want me to open things, huh? Nothing there. Nothing there. I can see. I don't see anything that looks like a button or anything either. Okay. Nothing under the bed. Yeah, don't see anything to do with that, so just a prop we can rotate, I guess, for funsies. Maybe. I'm just gonna, don't mind me, I'm just gonna randomly drop this key on the floor here, it's fine. Store the item. This goes back to that inn in the middle of town, so we'll want to go back there and look at that. That's probably, possibly, I don't know. Probably and or possibly to their post box or something instead of just a room. But it might be a room key. I'm not sure. That's locked. Okay, where is the keyhole or whatever to unlock it then? There is none, huh? So it's locked from the other side, and we have no way of unlocking it. Possibly then that'll never unlock. So really, all we got from here was the key. I mean, it's still useful. The big, huge room, you could put all this stuff in here, and you only wanted to give us a key. You dirty, rotten scumbags. Okay. Alright, so that means, I guess, that we're going to now head over to the inn. And I will run Painscreek all day today. That was not very good singing. Sorry about that. Apparently my voice is not doing well today. I clicked where it said exit, I thought. Apparently not. Oops, in the garage. Okay. Run faster out in the main part of town. We want a quick way to get to town center. Is probably this way. It's a little bit quicker. And should be not too much farther. Oh, we got to the church? I got myself turned around. I forgot this goes to the church. Dang it. Okay. So that is not the fast way. Despite what I had thought. Let's go further down. Yeah, it's me back over past this. And I already opened this. I already tried to get in the... Locked. I don't see. Oh, there we go. Unlock. Yeah, and I cannot use these, so I don't have anything. I would need like a screwdriver or something, probably. All right, up here's center town. I took the scenic route, clearly. All right, so 201. Why was that way up at the mansion? Interesting. It's not like they were trying to hide any use of the room 201 here either, because it's like on the floor. Not like in a drawer that we had to unlock with something else or anything of the kind. So I don't know. Yeah. This right here, this is Andrew Reed's place. That's where we discovered the burned place. Locked toolbox. I think, since it doesn't look like we can either see combination or use a key, I think we're going to end up needing to use a crowbar or pry bar or a hammer or something to get that off. 201. I think, like I said, I think that's what this is for. This might be the room. Oh, it's the room. Okay. Room 201. Very well. $201. Slightly stained drain to the shower, but otherwise nothing in there. Oh wait, yeah, what was this? Letter, I forgot. What did we see before? This was... Additional rent was required in the amount of $85. So somebody at the mansion owed $85 on rent for here. Stephen M. Oh, okay. Stephen M. That. Stephen Moss. So that was the PI. So why would the PI leave the key there, I wonder, in the mansion? Anyway, so the PI, this is where the PI stayed, I guess. Okay. Oh, Phil Fox, I think this is the hospital. I think this is the person up on the roof. Maybe. Actually, is it? No, this isn't the hospital. This looks more like the church or something. Like the backside of the church. He saw somebody up on the roof. Interesting. So this bench type thing in someone's... The code is Calvin's date of birth. Oh. So that's at the church, I think. Where can I find the key? What did this say on the back? Anything? Painscreek Community Hospital. Yeah, this is at the hospital. Yeah, this might be... He got a picture of our jumper, maybe. This is in 1997. I think our character's here in 1998 or 1999. I don't remember. It's after 97, for sure. Okay. So the key to that is Calvin's birth. Interesting. Okay. Steve Moss. Bernard Hopkins, 31 Silver Lake Boulevard, Painscreek, Newland, 28115. Father died in a mine accident. He was at home the day Vivian was killed. No alibi. Interview with Dorothy. Interview with Mary. Tomorrow at Moon Cafe. All crossed out. Meeting with Sheriff at the outpost at 10 a.m. on 5/11. He mentioned wanting to show me some files. I found a hidden panel in the inn's reception area. It's part of the counter. It's hard to pop open. The latch is placed at one of the cornerstones. Some interesting stuff they hide in there. Hidden panel in the inn's reception area, huh? Before we forget that, since we're here, let's already at the inn, let's go check that out really fast. The inn's reception area. Hidden panel in the corner. Not this side, maybe. What about out here? Getting closer, is it maybe this side? Be the reception area. That's apparently ring that, not examine. Examine and ring are not the same thing, guys, just FYI. Huh. He had... Yeah, let's look at that again, the photo. I think it might be the photo where he had seen that. We go over to this. No, that looks more like a basement, right? There's a boiler on the right side too, bottom right. It's like a hot water tank or whatever. So no. So that is not what this indicates. Is that the last thing we read? That was it? Yeah. Hidden paint on the inn's reception area. Part of the counter. Yeah, it says part of the counter. Okay, we'll try again when we get back down there. Is there anything else over here? Viable. Like inns and hotels often have, so not really all that surprising. Okay. Let's try the counter again. It's part of the counter. Parts of the counter, right? So... not seeing anything that stands out as like an indent or something that we could push or something similar. He did say it's part of the counter though, so the counter can be pretty much all of this, right? This is about the position on that one closet. It's obviously not for the button here. In that photo we had that we saw. That was the position for that. Having it out here seems less likely, so I'm actually thinking we probably need to go inside and look again. Okay, so part of the counter. So not over here. We want to start with the actual counter here. No switch under the lip. See, this would be easy if I could physically touch stuff and it wasn't just in the game. Because I would feel around with my fingers. And I'd feel for grooves and stuff that felt a little off. Not part of the normal way of the counter, right? Especially if you have quality carpentry made the furniture. Like made the shelves and the counter itself and stuff. You would be able to tell that something is not part of all the other stuff. Visually, you might not see anything, but it has to be, and it's possible it could be too, but it has to be damn fine quality work for there to be something like a lever or something, or a button, and not be able to feel it. Like if you had a button inset that's flush with everything, but you can push it in so it goes up higher than the rest of the countertop does, for example, or whatever, then, you know, if you have that perfectly flush and really, really super high quality work, you wouldn't be able to, even running your finger across, you would not be able to tell, oh, there are grooves here. This probably pushes up as a button. That said, that kind of a thing, if it gets used often enough, it's going to end up being either worn to the point where you would feel grooves and stuff, or else it won't actually open. It gets stuck or something because there's not enough space. You do have to have some space or some, even if it's just like, you know, microscopic, you need some kind of space between so you could actually open it, obviously. Otherwise it won't actually go past the things on the sides. So I'm not seeing underneath like the lip or anything. So is it actually over up here maybe? Oops. Wrong way. See, open, but that's gonna be this, yeah. Interesting. I'm not seeing it though. I'm not seeing. I don't know. It says part of the counter here, but I'm not seeing it. So we'll need something, I think, to better examine things. Let's talk about this counter also. Maybe it's something on here, but kind of doubt it. Oh, examine corner. Hey, there we go. Nice. Okay, we did find it. Logbook. March 20th, 1997. There's a private investigator in town by the name of Steve Moss. Rumor has it that someone hired him to investigate Vivian's death after the police ceased their own search. It's a tragedy that Vivian's murder case was never solved. April 9th, 1997, so a couple weeks later. Like 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks later. I saw Matthew today while he was cleaning the church. So Father Matthew. He looked thinner than he used to be. We talked for a bit. He told me that he'll be leaving Painscreek soon as his services won't be needed here anymore. I think the recent deaths in Painscreek affected him tremendously, not to mention the tragedy that befell his adopted son, Scott. Even now, no one knows what really happened. None of the cases were ever solved. Yeah, I think Scott died the next year, right? Scott was accused, and then I think the next year he died, I think. Might be misremembering. Sometimes I wonder if Scott did kill Vivian, or was he just unfortunate and wrongly accused? Hey, Astica. Yep, still at it. I actually still need to do Gothic 3. I still need to do Gothic 3. And Witcher 2 and Witcher 3, I'm super behind on that. Like, I never got around back to doing those again. Definitely need to. But yeah, I I'm still doing it. I'm not doing uploads. I need to. Again, I took a hiatus because I had some life changes that got me too busy, but I need to start getting back into doing those again. I've been streaming constantly, consistently, not constantly, but consistently every weekend, but I do need to get back and do uploads, finish series I currently have going on the upload side of things, and then get into some of the games that I was just mentioning. I'm glad you stopped by after all these years. I hope you've been entertained, and I hope you're doing well in life. April 14th, this is, okay, so 5 days later. Mr. Moss came by today. He decided to question me, see if I know anything he hadn't already learned. I told him everything I legally could. When I asked how his investigation went, he said something about an incident that happened in 1975, which might just be the breakthrough that he needed. As he left, I could not help but wonder if he had anything to do with the mansion maid who left Painscreek. Sophia? Oh, but he's the PI. Maybe the PI is involved somehow? Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Says some interesting stuff. So far, all we had is the journal, which is fine, but... I am a bunny. And then nothing that I can see to do with a clock here. But that is cool. Okay, so we found that. So a basement. Like I said, I don't think the hospital has a basement. I don't remember seeing... There's a first floor and a second floor. I don't remember seeing anything going down to a basement. Where else could there be a basement? Oh, I was saying the mansion, right? We stopped by here on the way. But I was saying the mansion, maybe. No, but the mansion doesn't have a basement, does it? It has a garage on the side. It has the 2 floors. The only stairs I remember seeing there are both going up. Yeah, I don't think it's the basement there. Where else is there a basement? Where is there a basement besides the church? Because that wasn't working for the church. So, oh, thanks. I appreciate the sub. And yeah, I'm not going to promise like even in the next 6 months. We'll have to just see how things pan out. But my situation is changing, so we'll see how soon I can get back to that. But yeah, just follow in the next, I would say probably in the next couple of years. I should be back to regularly uploading and hopefully getting into Gothic 3 at that point. Yeah, basements. Andrew's place only had the ground floor and upstairs. Bernard's place only had ground floor and upstairs. I think Wanda's only had, right? Ground floor and upstairs as well. Oops, that's 10. I want... No. Not here. Next one over, I think, right? Or maybe not. Maybe we were one too far? I don't remember now. I thought there was a different one. Other than just this one right here. Am I a street over too far, maybe? Might be. I might be. I don't know. Yeah, this doesn't have a similar kind of a setup. I don't know. I don't remember where her place is now. That's locked. This goes through, but I don't think we enter anybody's house here. Big books. Big books, little. Moon Cafe. Locked. Big Books Little is probably also locked. Where's the door here? Yeah, we're closed temporarily or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not remembering how we get to whatever, so... Goes through. If I stay on this, do I get? No. Oh, this might be it. Maybe. I don't know. Nope. Or her house was the middle one, I think, in the set, right? I think so. I'm not remembering now. Well. Anyway. Okay. Always. Every stream. It's just kind of a part of life now, I think. I need to look into seeing if there's some way to, like, if certain text shows up, can I just have it automatically block and ban the user? I think I probably through Twitch can ban people. Maybe on YouTube. I don't know about Odyssey or Kick probably, I would guess. Just because Kick is a streaming service in general. Odyssey's kind of a hybrid. They have streaming. And I do stream there, but they're more of like classical, like uploading and stuff. I don't remember. Alright, well, instead of wasting time doing that, let me see. Okay, so inventory, basement, and then this is... Yeah, this RR. Huh. I don't know. Okay. Not sure what to make of that. Nope. Okay. Still trying to figure out somewhere that might have a basement. What is... Oh yeah, that's right. That's blocked off. That's why we can't go that way. Okay, over at the church. Focus, Exor. I'm not focusing. Yeah, over at the church, there is... Apparently there's a bench. What looks like a bench that I guess will open, and the combination is Calvin's birthday. Do we have... Matthew... No. What about... Is he not Andrew? Who is the... Scott was tied to somebody else. Roberts. Maybe it's this. Matthew hires a lawyer. No. Sister Rachel's confession. Wait, were there multiple? I think we might have had multiple. Yeah, multiple years. That's 71. Let's look at 75. Excuse me. No. I don't see. Let's see, I could potentially, or I reasonably could think that I might want to search either the hospital, although Father Calvin's not in town here, so probably not in the hospital. Probably not the police station either, though. I don't know where I'm gonna find his birthday. I thought I'd find it like in a journal entry or something, like a diary from Father Matthew, but I didn't see it there. Or in the letter from the one nun, or yeah, I think it was a nun, right? I don't think I saw it there either. That's the or what are the accusation things for that? It's a murder case report, so. What if I just go to the church? Maybe there's something sitting, like a paper lying, like sitting down or something where I missed. Can't talk. Where I missed. Some detail. I don't know. Father Calvin's birthday. He wouldn't be. I don't think he'd be buried in the cemetery again because he's not. Father Calvin's not from Painscreek, so I doubt we're gonna find his details, like his birth details, here or there. I mean, let me see. Let me really fast. Missionary trips, harder, clean, like blah 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 stuff about medicine, clean water and stuff. He's frustrated. When Father Calvin first sent me here, was I willing to stay in 6 months? 6 months have passed. I think extended for another 6 months. Let Father Calvin know. Can't believe I'll be going home tomorrow. Miss the people at the same time. Can't wait to see everybody again. Father Calvin summoned me this morning and told me that Sophia had left Painscreek. Doesn't have any other references about his birthday or anything there. It's been 6 months since she left. I've asked everyone around. No one seemed to know where she went. Father Calvin told me to let it go. He's right. Shouldn't dwell on matters of the heart. But again, not any references. Always wanted to be adopted. Father Calvin said God had other plans for my future. Roberts family, Mrs. Roberts. Father Calvin always said we have a help with those who are in need, or have to help those who are in need. Sophia started working in Painscreek, etc. Just like orphanage days. So that's companies still love it, definitely, blah 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 blah. See, no mention of Calvin or his birthday, so none of those. Like I said, the only other thing I could think of was this, but this doesn't say. It just says like this is when he showed up holding Scott. That's not his birthday though, I don't think, right? Let me see. Let me more carefully read instead of skimming. You're 10. Orphanage. Yeah, no further. There's Dr. Johnson and Daniel. Somebody else. Whoever wrote it, we don't know. Can't see a thing on there to say who wrote it. You? That's... Yeah, no, it doesn't flip. Hiring the PI. Innkeeper's logbook. But again, I don't think this has anything about Father Calvin. And the mansion security logbook. Samuel Green, Tom Parker, Magdalene Roberts. Which again, I think is Vivian's, or not Vivian's mom, Charles' mom, actually. Andrew, Cuba Mansion, blah, 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 blah. Tom Parker's 20th. Yep. I don't know. Youth program finance, traveling fee pilgrimage, payment for Scott's lawyers, Sunday tithing, cemetery maintenance service, roof fixing, Sunday tithing, first payment fee for Scott's lawyers, hosting community potluck, Sunday tithing, check for car dealership, payment for church maintenance, donation from the Roberts family. Yeah. See, none of these is anything to do with Calvin either. This, of course, is the journal we just read a little bit ago. Whoops. Oh, okay. Matthew and Scott. Oh, maybe here? Choir practice, final court appearance, public baptism. No, no, no birthday for Calvin, Father Calvin. Oh, photo of the previous father, Calvin. Okay, it doesn't say. Yeah, it doesn't say when though, or anything. Like when he left or when he was born, any of that kind of stuff. Although I don't know. When he left, it wouldn't be all that useful. I don't think we have anything saying this much time between when he was born and when he left, or something to do some kind of math. So, whoops, I don't think that's a thing. Give me anything. I wonder though, maybe since I guess I was thinking Father Calvin was elsewhere, but since he just showed up as previous pastor for this church, maybe he's buried in the cemetery. I was thinking he was from somewhere outside of Painscreek. That's why I didn't think the cemetery would work, but maybe it is what we want. Let's see if I can find. I don't remember what all gravestones we saw here. I remember some of them, but there are tons of them I don't remember. Like I remember Trisha and Vivian and stuff are buried here, but Andrew Reed, Timothy Sanders, Christopher Burke, Raymond Brown, Gary Roberts, Henry Roberts, Wanda Tyler. Yeah, yep. Her cancer finally took her, I guess. Magdalene. Yeah. Like I said, I'm thinking that's, especially since her last name is Roberts. Sarah Goldberg, Trisha Roberts, Vivian Roberts, Ian Goldberg, Susie Whitman, Jonathan Hopkins, Pamela Fields, Scott Brooks. Yeah, see, he died in 95. Like the very next. It sucks. Anyway, Marissa Young, Jesse Elliott, Philip Young, Calvin, Father Calvin. October 24th, 1902. 10/24/02. It's like the last gravestone we looked at, of course. Obviously, can't be like, I have to go through every single one before I finally find it. I can't like have it easy and just find it as like the first or second one. Nope. I mean, I say last one, but I mean like last as in not the last one I happen to look at, but the last one out of all of the gravestones. Need to find that bench though. Ten 24/02. Not here, yeah. Might be in his bedroom is what I'm suspecting. Or the like the office-y thing here, maybe. Nah. Not this room, at least. Oh, it's not here? So where's the bench that we're looking for, I wonder? Interesting. I would have expected to be in one of these rooms. Could be in the basement that we can't get into because it's locked right now, but... Oh, could be up here maybe also. Is that... No, that looks like a normal table. Yeah. It's just a normal table. Not much eye rolling. What do you mean? You're rolling your eyes because not much is like kind of the opposite of what's going on. I think it might be down there because I'm not seeing it. Yeah, bro. Here I was all ready for it too, and I don't think I can access it. Got one more time up here just in case I missed it somehow. But I don't think so. I think everything is already... Everything that we had access to is already pretty much searched. One of the few games where you can trust that most notes are significant. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think there are plenty of other, well, plenty, I don't know what word to use. If it's plenty is maybe too much, I don't know, but there are definitely other games where pretty much all the notes are significant. Now, they're more significant in this because they pretty much always leave you with some kind of clue you need later on. So I definitely could say, you could definitely say that. But I think in some games the notes are still significant because they give, if nothing else, they give a very important or helpful backstory. Look at Amnesia: The Dark Descent, for example. Like, pretty much every journal entry in that either was some clue of something to find somewhere else in Castle Brandenburg, or it was some backstory about, like, his trip to Algeria, or, you know, his trying to escape the shadow that was coming after him in London, or whatever. Right, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. No, that's true. That's definitely fair. So that bench might be in here too, and that might be also why we cannot access it. I really wish I could get inside here. The fact that this is not accessible right now / ever question mark is kind of bugging me, but the FBI would approve. Yeah. Well, that's poop. That was kind of a dead end. Okay, what else? I'm gonna have to go back to the inn and look at the other, or not the, yeah, look at the inn and look at the other photos he has. We saw the one place where the lady apparently was, or lady or guy, I don't know, looks kind of like a lady from a distance, but it's kind of hard to tell. Met a big guy. Anyway, the patient was on the roof and potentially going to jump at the hospital. We saw that, and we saw. Yeah, where is that? Is that, in fact, I don't think that's the church, but it might be. I want to find out where this wardrobe is. Was there full wardrobe? Anyway, wardrobe-ish thing that he took a picture of. We'll find out where that is. It's, yeah, see here. Where is this? It's in a bathroom somewhere. Okay, so I'll want to look in bathrooms, I guess, is what that looks like. And this, yeah, this is like in a basement or something. Because there's the water heater, like I said. Interesting, okay. Yeah, it is. It's really cool. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. Um, well, bathroom, bathroom, bathroom. So this is why I think that's a bathroom. Let me show you on the picture really fast, just so you can get my thinking. But again, I don't know that that's right. But I'm just saying this is why I'm thinking what I am. So if you go here, up there on the upper left, that looks like the side of a counter, possibly a bathroom counter, maybe. Is that at the lodge? I don't know. I don't think so, but let's go to the hunting lodge. See if it's there, maybe. Thought I heard something move or something. Not paranoia so much as just thought maybe there was like a thing, an object moving or something, and maybe it was significant and I needed to check it out. But it doesn't look like it. Nah. Bathroom does not look correct. Ah, this is the basement. This is the basement where that key unlocks. Nice. And here's where he was talking about the key, wanting to find the key somewhere, I think. Yeah, this. Place an item. We don't have a crucifix type thing to place there. So at some point we'll want to look at that. I did not expect any light to come on anyway, so screw you, game. No, nothing with those. Didn't expect there to be necessarily, but I figured I should check so I'm not passing something up. None of those will open. Looks like mostly we're going to be getting this journal, this diary, journal, whatever, here. I don't see anything like a key or anything on any of these shelves. So we need to open that up, and then otherwise, this is also Scott, bottom left. Okay, I was looking for the name. Monday, February 14th, 1994. On Valentine's Day, Trisha gave me some chocolate. I've never seen that brand before. Bet it must be expensive. I haven't finished making the music box. I'd hoped that it would be her Valentine's Day present. I'll just give it to her later, I guess. Hopefully she can forgive me. February 18th. It's been quite some time since I last talked to Father Matthew. He's always asking how I'm doing after Sunday service, but I tend to ignore him whenever possible. I know it's wrong. I need to find a way to make amends with him. April 19th. The grass has been growing wild lately. The weeds are everywhere, and Andrew's not here. Actually, he hasn't been here for quite a while now. I wonder what happened to him. I should visit him after work tomorrow. September 23rd. I was about to pick Andrew up for work when I found him lying unconscious on the floor. There's an empty bottle of sleeping pills on the table. I immediately called the ambulance. According to the nurse, this is Andrew's third harming of the self attempt. Thanks, censorship, stupid platforms. Anyway, she's glad that I saved him in time. An hour later, and he could have died. I don't know why Andrew would do that. What I know is he must be lonely. He needs a friend. Wednesday, September 28th. So this is 5 days later. I visited Andrew at the hospital today. He's out of the ER and is recovering quite well. While I was cutting the fruits, he told me his story. In 1972, there was a maid who came to work at the mansion. Her name was Sophia. She was a hard-working young lady with a great personality. She was loved by many. A few years into her job, however, she had an affair with Charles. A child was born. When Vivian found out, she was furious and decided to kick her out of Painscreek. What happened after that was a tragedy. On June 26, 1975, at 11 p.m., Vivian, Dr. Johnson, and Andrew all confronted Sophia. A fight broke out. Sophia fell and hit her head on a nearby well. She stopped moving. Good call, Fofox. Looks like it's going to be the well, probably. She fell on a nearby well. She stopped moving. Dr. Johnson checked and realized she was dead. Her neck had broken. No one knew what to do. Vivian then asked Andrew to take care of the body and her baby. Andrew did what he had to do to protect Vivian. After that night, they vowed never to tell anyone about the incident. Yep. Before leaving, I asked Andrew what the baby's name was. He said it was Vincent. As I left the hospital, I couldn't help but pity Andrew. He's lived a confusing life and the struggle shows. I hope he can heal. Yeah. I'm sure Sophia's not haunting anybody. The Hidden Truth. Achievement. I just got achievement in Steam. Okay. Might be unmissable. I don't know. Well, damn. That's not awesome. Yeah, like I said, I don't see anything else here to pick up, like an object I might need elsewhere. So I think it was pretty much so you could get the truth out of the journal entry there, or out of the journal entries, I guess. Okay. Well, that's absolutely significant for sure. I'm wondering. Won't get it for some time, probably, or very possibly, but I'm wondering now if we get that little crucifix key thing or whatever and use it on the side of that wardrobe, if we're going to get a key to something that will very directly deal with Sophia and some more of the stuff that's going on here. Like it might be a key to the well, for instance. Although I don't remember seeing an actual like padlock or something to use a key on. So I don't actually know what I may or may not do with the well. So like nothing seems to interact. So I don't know if I actually can do anything with that. It might be a cutscene later, like in some kind of like final chapter epilogue type thing or something. I don't know. Maybe nothing ever happens with a well. Hard to say. Okay. So we now know that goes there. Key found in the security room. Yeah, this RR. I need to find out where that comes from. Shouldn't go into the water. My equipment will get wet. Yeah. So we're not going to look along the shoreline there anymore. I was gonna see. I couldn't remember. I knew we couldn't go into the water. I didn't remember how far out we were able to go or not. I was gonna see if maybe we could see something in the water. It's not looking like it though. At least not from the bridge, for sure. Obviously, I don't think it warrants anybody getting dying, but I'm not gonna say I feel necessarily sorry for Sophia, given that she potentially tore a family apart, or at least, you know, her affair had the potential of that. So I'm not gonna really feel sorry that she had negative consequences later. Again, I don't think it warrants what happened to her, but I don't feel badly about it, really, to be honest. I feel like, you know, she puts herself in that kind of a position. You know, you have to deal with whatever consequences come, I guess, right? Why is this down? Can I push this up? Interesting that it's down, though. Same thing over here. That is locked. I don't see any keyhole or anything. Vivian's in hospital is next best thing. Yeah. Yeah, there's that too. Yeah, it could have been a consequence of what they did as well. Yeah, for sure. That goes to the hospital. Do I want to go? I don't know what I've got to look at in the hospital currently, though. So I've been to the balcony, Trisha's room, tea room, security room. I don't think I've been in Dorothy's room. I've looked at the bar, the tiny balcony. I have not, I don't think. I might not have been in the guest room either. So Dorothy's room and the guest room, both of those maybe? There's also an attic. I don't know if I have anything. Let's go back to the mansion, see if the key we have left goes to anything. What? Okay. Is there a picture of her and she's hot or something? I'm confused. Let's go. There are a lot of rooms here actually, or a lot of doors, or a lot. There are several doors still locked. The garage is one of them. I don't expect this will go to the garage, but it might. I don't expect this to go to anything in particular, just something that we can unlock. So we'll find out. Gonna use that. Let's not unlock the garage. Okay. All will be revealed. Well, mostly, yeah. Fine, keep your cryptic message. I don't care anyway. It's not like I'm invested in the game or anything. Whatever. Which room is this? Let's see. From the side stairs, not the main stairs. That would be from these stairs. Yeah, I think this is Dorothy's room, I think. Dorothy is decently religious too, looks like to me. Diary. Yep, Dorothy Patterson. Okay. September 23rd, 1994. I can't believe that Andrew tried to kill him. Should have read ahead instead of just going along. Okay. I can't believe that Andrew tried to do that again. Thank God for Scott. I cannot imagine what would have happened if Scott wasn't there to save him. Andrew was never like this when Laura and Daniel were here. Even as his wife, I doubt Laura had any idea why Andrew turned out this way. I can't blame her for leaving him and taking their son. I wonder if they've contacted each other since then. I visited Andrew at the... Oh, and this is October? So 3 weeks later? 2.5 weeks later? I visited Andrew at the hospital today. He seemed different. He looked calm, as if he'd somehow managed to find peace within himself. The attending nurse said Scott has been here almost every day, taking care of him and being with him. Andrew's been talking a lot with Scott. Andrew told me he's ready to see Laura and Daniel again. I'm glad to hear that. I should call Laura and tell her the good news. Scott came to fix my leaking sink today. He did a wonderful job. I offered him tea, and we talked quite a bit, mostly about Charles and Vivian. I showed him my old photo album. To my surprise, Scott became very quiet. He asked me if he could borrow one of the photographs. I don't see why not. He thanked me and left in a hurry. Oh, I should call Laura and tell her about Andrew's situation. That was 4 months later? Must be some other situation, or she just has been forgetting a lot, because that's 4 months of forgetting to talk to them about Andrew, wanting to see them again. Anyway, June 19th. Yeah, see, these are after Vivian, or after Victoria was killed. Victoria? What the hell ever her name is. The mom Roberts. I'm an idiot and my brain just broke. Okay, anyway. So 4 months later, it's ironic that Andrew died shortly after being saved. I met Laura and Daniel at Andrew's funeral today. Daniel reminded me of Andrew. I can't believe he's already 15 years old. Last I saw him, he was only 7. Laura said Andrew had been sending them money these last few years. She'd been considering to return to Painscreek so they could be together again. If only I had called Laura before the fire accident. I feel so sorry for them. Yeah. And here's more like confirmation that I was right, that Andrew died in that fire in that house. Okay, so we got some of Dorothy's journal. January 31st, 1996. The best stories are the ones that invite inquiry, and then you think, hey, hang on a minute, there's another motive there. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, the twist. Yeah, the plot twist. I like it. I like it when that happens too. Dear Charles, this is January 31st, the next year. So 96. I have worked here for more than 20 years, and I'm so glad that I was able to spend time here with everyone. I greatly appreciate the opportunities you gave me and the time I spent with Trisha. Trisha was everything to me, and she loved me. She smiled whenever I called her. I wish I could have given her more. Yeah, Trisha died, right? Despite what has happened here in Painscreek, there are moments of pure joy that we've all shared together. I will hold on to these memories. I'm sorry that I'm leaving and won't be able to serve you anymore. Thank you for everything. Please take care of yourself. Sincerely, Dorothy. Damn, dude. Charles basically got left alone, right? He lost his wife, and then he lost his daughter, like a year and a half, or like a year and a half later, whatever it was. Jeez, man. Okay. It's bathroom, right? But there could be stuff in here. Let's see. Nothing there, okay. Also nothing there, okay. got wrecked. Yeah. Yeah, obviously there's stuff going on that's, more than just it appears to be. Yeah, REKT, that's right. That's right. That's the interspeak. Inter or that's NetSpeak or whatever, yeah. Another Dorothy one, I think, right? Doesn't say Dorothy on here though, but I'm pretty sure this is hers. Same style diary. Anyway. November 20th, 1972. So this is now back around the time of Sophia. Yeah. There's a newly hired maid named Sophia. I think Matthew recommended her, saying that she's his cousin. She's very pretty and has very good manners. She's a quick learner, too, and does whatever she's told to do. She's very eager, asks a lot on what she should do, how she'd act, she should act when Charles and Vivian's the name, I don't know why I was spacing earlier, when Charles and Vivian are present, how to be perfect at her job. I like her already. 4 months later, just under 4 months later, the guys delivering food to the mansion were gawking at Sophia, as if they've never seen a pretty girl before. I had to ask Sophia to go back into the house, otherwise someone might have funny ideas. Her uniform needs a little more cover. Oh, was Sophia sexy Fia? Was that what was going on? She's kind of flaunting her stuff for people? Maybe. I'm not sure if we imply that, or just that it should be even more covering up so that people don't, like the delivery guys aren't doing what they were doing. March 10th to June 20th. So 3 months and a week. Matthew sometimes comes over and checks to see if Sophia is doing okay. I tell him he's worrying too much, that Sophia is loved by all. Matthew seems pleased every time I say this. If I didn't know better, I'd think that Matthew liked her. Da da da! That's because Matthew did, and I've seen through the facade. Anyway. 3 months more. September 24th. It rained heavily today. Sophia and I were having our tea break when she asked me, what does it feel like to be, or what does it feel to be loved? Sophia could be an immigrant, and so maybe she doesn't speak. That doesn't sound right though. If she could pass off, let's say, as if she were the cousin. If she's his cousin, I wouldn't think she would have different culture or ethnicity or anything or language from what he has. Maybe it's just a typo though in what they did here. I don't know, or a typo, but whatever. Writing O. Anyway, let me start the entry again. I've totally derailed it now. It rained heavily today. Sophia and I were having our tea break when she asked, how does it feel to be loved? I said, well, it's like the feeling you get when you're with your parents. She was quiet for a moment, then replied, it's hard for me to imagine because I don't have parents. I didn't know what to say to her at that time. But after the break was over, I decided to make an effort to care for her more. That's fair. That's fair if you feel like she's having a hard time. Does this even open? It's not looking like it's really giving me an option to open it, so maybe not. So the trunk right beside her bed does not open. Interesting. And unfortunate for me, because I would have liked to have opened it and see what was inside. Is that all the keys I had? Yeah, I have no keys now for anything else. Am I sure this doesn't open? One more pass across. Just seems to stick out compared to other stuff in the room, or stick out enough that I would have expected it to open. But yeah, it's not even letting me interact at all. I can't, I mean, I can if I zoom or something, but I mean, I can't really examine it more closely, even let alone. Interesting. Okay, well now we have Dorothy's room. What are we still missing? So we're still missing a way up to the attic. I think we're still missing the guest room, too. And upstairs, I think that's it. So, over. So, where do I want to go? This way. Well, that's Dorothy again. Now, so from Dorothy, go around this way. There we go. Yeah, this one. Guest room. Then also the, I guess, bathroom here. We've looked at the maid room, but not the other two. And then, first floor. We've been in the study. I believe we've been in the library, pretty sure. Patio we've been to. Family room, obviously. Dining room. Wine cellar. We've not been down to the wine cellar yet either. But... oh, yeah. So I've not been looking, I should say. I could talk. Not been looking in the mansion while I'm here to see if we have that kind of bench thing that was in the photograph that is Father Calvin's birthday, which I've forgotten now, but I think it's 1902 and it's October. I think it's 4th October, but I don't remember for sure. Like I said earlier, it looks to me like there's a sink or something to the side of it. I could obviously be wrong, but that's how it appears to me. Oh yeah, just score sheet, that's right. Yes, I looked in there. There should be. Downstairs there's the... oh, I do not think we've gotten into the master bedroom, and so therefore not the master bathroom, but I could be misremembering. I think that was still locked to us, though. This is not that, but I figured I would check. Oh no, this is the master bedroom. We cannot get in the master bathroom. That's where this is, yeah. I don't know if I tried opening these earlier. Nothing in any of these, though. Okay. Diary? Vivian's diary. Oh, this might be. I think we already have a couple from her, right? Yeah. No, 1. 72. Okay, I don't know if this will finish her story off or not. Then I don't know how much we've got. I thought if we had 2 and we get a third, that might finish her story. But I don't know. She might only have 2, but she might have more. Monday, January 2nd, 1994. This is the year she died. Andrew came and told me he didn't need an assistant. He said Scott's too inexperienced and is a burden to him. What he hasn't realized is that the garden has not been maintained well over the past few months, and that his drunk behavior is irritating, and that Scott's actually doing more work than he is. Scott's a fast learner. He should be up to speed in no time. Charles was the one who insisted on hiring him anyways. Yeah. So that I was remembering correctly. So Andrew not only had a drinking problem, he also later had a pill problem. The pills were to try to get rid of hallucinations that he was having, where he thought Sophia was appearing to him. Well, hallucinations, quote unquote. What he thought were hallucinations. What might actually have been a haunting. Again, especially given there was some kind of a arcane circle upstairs in his place, and his place burned down. So could be somebody trying to make it look like he was into some kind of spiritual something, and then got himself killed, but I have my doubts about that. Anyway. Occultist, yeah. Okay. So we're here on the second to last paragraph on the first page. Charles likes the boy. They've been hunting together quite a number of times, and Charles always seems happy with his company. Yeah, I don't know. I think he was on booze first and then went to drugs when he started seeing Sophia. But yeah, and it got really bad. That's right. So Charles always seems happy with his company. I just don't understand his love for hunting. He sometimes spends more time in his hunting cabin than he does at home. That's not great. Anyway. Tuesday, January 3rd, so just the very next day. I was shocked to learn that Scott has been asking around about Sophia. How did he know about Sophia? Who could have told him? It must be Andrew, that drunk. I told him Sophia's gone. Those hallucinations of his are getting worse. He needs to see Henry and get more pills. Henry's the head doctor at the hospital. I'll need to have Bernard help or keep an eye on Scott from now on. I'll try and see who he talks to, who he asks. Yeah, I mean, the 3 of them were involved in Sophia's death, so they got their secret. They got to try to keep up, right? So they watch out for people because they don't want their secret revealed, of course. Friday, April 8th, so 5 days later, not quite a week. I called Oliver and asked if he could be the main photographer for the Easter fundraising event. When he asked what the funds will be used for, I told him it'll be used to raise awareness of Painscreek, to promote our town's tourism. After listening, he agreed to help. When asked how much he would charge, he simply said it'd be free. I was surprised. I appreciate his contribution for this town. Tuesday, April 12th, so just early the next week. The deal with Howard Medical came through, just as I anticipated. Instead of being happy, I feel empty. Am I getting numb from work? Or is it that I don't care anymore? Now we jump forward a month, May 14th. Our dinner tonight was quiet. Charles didn't eat much. He asked me about my day, but I didn't want to talk about it. As a matter of fact, I don't want to talk to him much these days. Trisha was silent as well. She's distancing herself from me. I can feel it. She used to confide in me about everything. Now we hardly talk. Is stopping her from seeing Scott wrong? Yeah. And then July 6th, so 2 months later, basically just a little bit before her death. I don't want Trisha to be near Scott anymore. Of all the men in this world, why would Trisha pick him? This is unacceptable. She doesn't like Scott because Scott was asking about Sophia, and she decided that was, I guess the phrase she used might be like a bridge too far equivalent. Something like that. Let's see, this is a wind-up key for something, right? Oh, wall clocks. Oh, this can go in the wall clock. Oh, that's probably what it's for. Let's see. I previously just picked up the key here. Apparently I missed those drawers. Interesting. That was silly. Why would I miss the drawers that are just obviously still closed in this room? Well, I'm glad I stopped by here again, because that was dumb. I can completely space that. Okay, where's the wall clock? The wall clock is... It is in the study, I think, right? Isn't it? Study room is downstairs anyway. That's why I came back up. Down from there. Laundry there. Yep. So we want to go forward a little bit, diagonal, like basically north and west, across the family room, and then all the way over to the study from there. Okay, so basically just this. And this stays down at the end of this little part right here. Or was this not where the clock was? This might not have been. I am not remembering where it was. Nope, it's not here. Okay, well, let's just look in different rooms for the clock and see. I don't see any clock in the library. I suppose that's maybe a good thing. You don't hear the ticking as you're trying to study or just do some enjoyable reading, like maybe a fiction novel or something. The clock was in some room, like some specific room. It wasn't just out in like a hallway or like a family room in the wide open area. It was in, I don't know what room though, but it was a room specifically. This is master bedroom again. I don't know why I went back in there. Gallery. I'm pretty sure I did not see it in the gallery. I could be misremembering. I can just go around really fast and see, but I don't think there's a clock in here at all. Yeah, there's no clock. Okay, this goes up to the exercise room. I think we're almost done with stuff on the second or on the first floor anyway. So just come here and see. It's not a tiny clock. It's much bigger than that. Cannot go in there. It's not in here. It's just a maid room anyway. We generally probably wouldn't have a giant, like a very large clock like that anyway. So that's to get in there, I think. That key, I think, just got in the room where the note was. Not outside. Alright, where in the crap is this clock? I don't know why I can't remember where I saw it. That's Dorothy's room, that's right. It's not there. It's a security room, so it's not there. Here we go. I think. I mean, it may not go to this, but this is what I was remembering. There we go. And the key. Nothing happened. What the? Did the game just play with me? There's probably something else I need. I don't know. Oh. Turn the key to a certain time? Interesting. What times do I have that might be useful? Probably. What room is this? This is right next to the pool room. billiards room, or whatever you want to say, which would be second floor. Bar. Yeah, I think we're in the tea room. So something to the tea room. Let me look at... See if Mary... Or I don't think Dorothy did, but maybe. Mary, Dorothy, Bernard... See if any of them talk about, or Wanda, talk about when it's tea time. Not seeing... They probably... I'm guessing they would have just written numbers. They could have written it out, but I think it's probably just numbers. What was Wanda's again? 40 Black Pine. So I'll try to, when we're back out on the street, not in the mansion here, I'll try to remember that. Look it up under Wanda's, or under Mary's stuff. But, yeah, I looked at both of those. Both sets of years, right? I think so. Okay. So not there. What about Wanda? So we know Derek's birthday now. If that becomes significant later, it's in Wanda's journal, this first entry. Don't see times there. I guess Vivian might have times in her journal or something too. I don't think so though. I don't remember her saying any specific times about tea or anything. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. Not Trisha. We just checked Vivian. I don't think Stephen Moss is gonna have anything about the tea room or anything. Let me look. Just check. Mining accident, 73. ... Security room. Yeah, none of that stuff. Okay. Scott would not be 85. That's when he's a little kid. Here's where he starts working. I don't think he probably has any information about a time specifically. Yeah, I didn't expect so. Other Matthew, no. James Howard, maybe. I don't remember how James Howard relates to other people. So I'm just gonna check. No. Okay. Dorothy. It's possible there's something down like at the laundry room or something, also a note and not in journals. I'm just, I'm just checking stuff to see if we can find it somewhere. Nope. Charles. No. For a second, my peripheral caught looking here, and I thought it was cooking, and I was like, oh, is that a tie? Is that a... Oh, no, that's not. That's nothing. No, I don't see anything there. Bernard, he might note some times down, but I don't expect it necessarily. Just have to see. I'm thinking it's probably something like the laundry room. We're going to have to look there, most likely. And there's nothing in here. He just has, like, stuff where he's, like, nervous about being seen and, like, what he's seeing and feels like it's revealing. Or, like, he's cursed to be reminded constantly about what had happened with Sophia and stuff. That's the money laundering. Okay, let's try the laundry room or something. I seem to remember, but again, I might be misremembering. My memory is not always the best. I seem to remember something, the laundry room though, about chores or something, but it might not have a schedule at all. Laundry duty, clean out the attic, water the plants. For appointment, wash the windows. Yeah, so that's a to-do, but it doesn't give me a schedule. Okay. So I was remembering correctly that it was a to-do list, but it did not have a schedule, unfortunately. I would only expect to see it in some kind of place where the workers regularly would be. So the laundry room, for instance. Probably not the kitchen? I wouldn't think so. I can look see if there's a paper hanging around, but I don't remember there being one here. Yeah. So that's the for delivery stuff. Okay, shopping list, but that's not... Yeah. This has nothing. Yeah. I don't think there's anything in here for us. Okay, where else? Laundry room, kitchen. Probably not there. That's more of like a sunroom or something. Or a lounge or something along those lines. Not a lounge. Nah, it's like a... this actually, so I think it's probably the dining room. Actually. Let's see, first floor? Yeah, this is the dining room. That's what this is. Which makes sense. Let's see, what else? I don't think the office has a schedule. That's saying your wife is having a nervous breakdown, bro. Maybe don't visit her so much so you freak her out. That's locked still. We have the 52, but I don't know what else at present. Yeah. Dude, what a pretty wife and daughter for such a goofy looking guy. He's lucky he's got a slick tongue and became a politician, I guess, is probably all I can say. Still don't know we don't know the codes for a lot of stuff. We have the padlock over here too that we can't open. We know almost nothing for like half the locks around town. There's so much still to find. I don't know. Okay, laundry room we already checked. Where else? Okay, on the ground floor, laundry room. Cannot get in the garage. Master bedroom's not going to have notes on schedules. Bathroom we can't get into. Gallery doesn't have anything. Patio doesn't have anything. Wine cellar we cannot access. Dining room won't. Family room won't. Study room doesn't. Library doesn't. So second floor? Balcony, Trish's room, no. Tea room is where we want the schedule or something. We want like to know a time. Bar, balcony. Oh, there might be something at the bar. Maybe. There might be some kind of notes written there. It's a possibility. Dorothy's room, I don't think we saw anything there. Security. Oh, security might also. Yeah. So maybe bar and security. I think we already looked at the maid. Exercise room, no. I think we might have looked at the maid room already. Okay, security bar and then possibly the maid room, I think is what we'll do. Here's the bar. That's points for billiards or whatever. There's a newspaper. That's a receipt, not a schedule. So that won't give me anything right now. No, there. Whoops, hang on. Okay, bro. Get on the other side. I don't think there's anything in here, but just get over here so I can. Yeah, okay, nothing. Okay. Nothing. That's what we already did. That's the receipt, right? Da Vinci's wine. Nothing. Leave that open. This is a reminder that there's something there that's more useful than nothing. Nope, I don't see anything here. Super Charmer, yeah. Yeah. There are some people. Some very interesting and not in a good way people. Okay, so the bar. Security room here. These are employees, but it doesn't say. It's like hours per day and stuff. Doesn't say anything about their schedule, so that's not it. Desk logbook. Tapes. Never found. June 28th, 1975. Gee, I wonder if that was maybe the day that Sophia was killed. Maybe. I mean, I can just look at the journal and see. I'm sure it'll confirm. 11:15. I doubt that's the time we want. I could try that, but I'd give it like 1% chance that that's the time. June 28th, 1975. With Scott when Andrew started finally talking. June 26th, 1975. So that's the 25th, so maybe that covered up like the affair? No, June 28th. So 2 days later? What was 2 days later? Interesting. I don't know what that would be. Anyway, okay, 11:15. I'm sure is, like I said, I give it like a 1%. It's possible it works, but I give it like a 1% chance. I highly doubt it's going to be anything we want. So the tea room from the security is just, yeah, right here. 11:15. I do not think this is going to be correct. 11:15 be this way. Yeah. Nothing happened. Like I said, I did not expect anything. Okay, that's the only time I see from the security room, though. So the only other one here might be the maid's room, which does not make a lot of sense to me, but maybe. So we come out from here. So we're going to go over here. Maid's room. I don't expect to find anything in here. What is this in the ground, though? Did we read this already? I think we might have, but I don't know for sure. Need to report Scott to Bernard. His suspicious acts are getting out of hand. Today I saw him peeking Mrs. Roberts' window. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Get that already. This. Negative comments. Yeah, she's white knighting for... There. I see. Yeah, nothing in there. Yeah, so nothing in the maid's room either. Interesting. I wonder how we're gonna get the time. Oh, wait. Shifts. No, that's not a schedule for tea though. I could try to set at the same time as this. It's like this got frozen in time. What is that? 10:35, 34? 10:34, 10:35? Might as well try it. It's a time we saw. Bar. So tea room. It's here. Uh, 10. Anytime around here. Nothing. Yep. Let me go backwards as well, just in case. Yeah, no. There's nothing there. It's not with that clock. That's the same time, interestingly. Could just be a small oversight on the developer's part. It's possible, I suppose. But I wouldn't expect... I would not expect clocks, if this were reality, to stop at the same time. Tea time's 3:20. There we go. I was like, of all the notes we've got, we probably have something. 3:20 on the dot. Okay, there we go. Found it, I think. We'll see if that opens it, but I'm decently confident that's right. 320. All right, so I want to... There we go. 320. Yeah, nice tradition, right? Okay, June 18th, 1975. Dear Vivian, I'm not writing to you as your doctor, but as a friend. I know you had your suspicions about Charles. Now that his affair is revealed, there's no point beating around the bush. If you want to protect yourself and Trisha, there's only one way. You have to make Sophia and the baby leave Charles. They need to be moved away from Painscreek. You will, of course, have to compensate for her leaving. As for Charles, he will need to know that having his affair publicly known will destroy his political status. People are not so forgiving when the mayor they trust is involved in such a scandal. I figure that Charles will try to add the child into the family registry. I would do the same if I were him. It is a boy after all, and the child will be able to continue the family line. If that should happen, I cannot imagine what will happen to you. So, motivation to... Interesting. I'm trying to remember if she's the one who had the money or he did. I think he did, right? But she was good with money once she had it, like the whole foundation and stuff. I think that's what it was. But it's a little... It's been like at least 2 or 3 weeks since I looked at that information, so I don't remember often. Vivian, I've given careful thought to your request, and here's my answer. I have provided a new prescription for your mother-in-law, Magdalene. Yeah, that's Charles' dad. Or Charles' mom, I mean. It is 3 times the strength of her usual dosage. Detailed instructions will be sent with the medicine. Should you decide to do it, you will need to administer the medicine carefully so no one suspects anything. So she potentially offed her husband's mom? Damn, bro. These guys were all kinds of dirty hands. Didn't realize early on. House Chatelaine, yeah. Call me if you have any questions. Henry Johnson, P.S. Make sure no one else in the mansion ingests any of it. Bro. That's so bad, bro. Man, what the hell is going on? Bunch of evil people stabbing each other in the back. What the frick, dude? Okay. Oh, here it is. Yeah, we don't have our name here, right? We have our editor-in-chief's name. We don't have our character, our, like, P or MC, main character's name, right? We just know what we're supposed to do. And then... Yeah, so I don't know that we know... Oh, wait. This is our press badge, though, huh? Janet Kelly, that's us. Janet Kelly. I'll try to remember in the future if Fox asks again. Or next time she's on, I'll hopefully remember that she had asked and I could tell her. Anyway, okay. Who killed? What was the motive? What was the murder weapon? So once I know that, I need to start photographing stuff. Maybe even need to photograph more than just the actual thing right away. So, oh, did you, well, I just realized that we still have a press badge. So this is our character's name. We're Janet Kelly. We're investigating this stuff. This is us. This is our camera. And this is our mission. So we're supposed to find out who killed Vivian, what was the motive, and what was the murder weapon. And we so far have at least multiple people that have a motive to kill her. So we don't really know what the motive is yet because we've not narrowed it down. No, you don't have to be sorry. I hope you had a good sleep while you were sleeping. Okay, where do I want to go? we still have the key to that one. There's something in the church because it's like a cross, like a crucifix kind of, or like a crucifix medallion shaped indent in the hunting lodge down in the basement. So I wonder if go back to the church maybe, see if we can find there. We have no keys. So we can jimmy cars, but I think I've already jimmied open all the cars in Painscreek that were still hanging around. I can look and see if there are more, though. It's always possible there are more. I don't remember if I went to the hospital, actually, now that I think about it, looking for more cars. Maybe there's something at the hospital. We can jimmy cars there. Let me look really fast since we're close. Hospital's just down here. I don't think there were any in the parking lot, and I might have already checked, but I don't remember. And I figure if there's a place, a parking lot would be a place where more cars could show up. Yeah, so Fofox, we still don't know who it was who jumped from the roof at the hospital, but we do have the PI who had been hired to investigate things. Yeah, there are no cars here, so I think we're pretty much done. The PI who had been hired to investigate things did have a photograph showing somebody up on the roof, though. So that's interesting. Is there anything I want to look like in records and stuff in the hospital while I'm here? I'm trying to think if we have any leads that really kind of lead that way. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, see here? So he had a picture of somebody up here. The tree wasn't grown over quite as much, so it was a clearer picture of somebody up there. I can't tell. The picture, I think he was something about, he was approximately, I think, something like this distance from the person up there. And they were wearing, the white, like, hospital gown. But then, like, pretty much from the neck up that came out of the hospital gown was, like, dark enough that you couldn't really tell. And there wasn't enough definition in the hospital gown to tell if, like, the person had breasts. So, like, to tell if they were female, maybe, possibly. So I don't know if we know. I think it could be a guy or a girl right now. I don't think we have enough information to know. I could be wrong. Maybe it is clearer and I just didn't pay enough attention when I was looking at it, but I don't think we could tell. Yeah, see, I don't know we know how to get up there, though. We get up to that room is right by the reception desk, but upstairs. So we want to go. How do we get up there? Go. That just goes outside, so that's not. I want stairs, and then basically to end up roughly the same spot. If the elevators were working, we could do that, but the elevators don't work. Literally nothing happens, yeah. So, okay. So from up here, are there stairs over this way? Somewhere relatively close to here. Yeah, here are stairs. So we go here, and then we go across. To get up here, this way. Yeah. This is like just below. So we want something that maybe goes upstairs from here. Maybe. Oh, we didn't read this before. I missed this. Nice. What is this? This is Harold Mason. Okay. These last few months gave me time to reflect for quite some time. When one comes to the understanding that soon my body will be no more and I will return to the earth, the question arises of the purpose we fragile beings have in this life. How my soul yearns for those joyful moments with loved ones when I was ignorant of such incomprehensible matters. And now I sit here, just waiting for death, knowing that I will never have a second chance. If only I could express what I feel to my wife, kids, people I once called friends. Maybe I can feel comfort. My body may be old to travel, but at least I can send something to them. A nurse has helped me prepare a package to send. I'll see to it personally that it gets dropped off once my body feels better. The last effort of a sick old man, Harold S. Mason. I think it could be a guy or a girl. Yeah, it could be a guy or a girl. Zexer Waglin, 2025, famous quote. That's right. Okay. Okay. We already did read that. Yeah. Okay. As I was starting to read through it, I was like, oh no, I did read that actually. But something up higher from here. But I don't know there are other stairs, right? The stairwell doesn't go up anymore. Oh no, it does. Oh, I only went to the second floor. Well, damn, bro. Yeah, I missed. I did not see that it was... I don't know how I missed that. Wow. Well, Zexor is probably never going to solve this case because apparently I missed very obvious things that I should not have missed. Jeez. Okay. Well, at least I've noticed them now. So here's this. Broken ledge, somebody could fall and die. You mean as in somebody probably did fall and die? That's all it's going to say, though. Nothing more detailed than that. Yeah, not more detailed than that. I don't think we can go up this, right? Yeah, it's not going to let us. Can't really get a very good vantage point. All you can do is see this ledge. That's it. Is there anything I could see from here that might give me any more clues or anything? Probably not. I'm not seeing them. Okay. That wasn't why I was coming here in the first place. Just was going to look anyway. I'm trying to remember... Vivian Roberts was in the hospital at some point. Where was actually? Maybe not. Where is? Maybe it's still in the mansion. Maybe that's why. It wasn't something we added to the journal, I guess. It's gonna see when she was in the hospital. We could look up. We might be able to just be looking up in the medical records room, right? If it was in the past, they'd still have records of it, most likely. Maybe not, but probably, I would guess. Okay, where's that room? Where's medical records? This way? Nurse station, emergency center. Medical records are... It's exam room. Medical records. Here we go. See when she was here? Maybe? Maybe. Let's see. Raymond Brown. Wanda Tyler. It doesn't say the room she's in, though, does it? It just says, like, her personal details. Yeah, that's an awful way to go, I think. My mom had a rough time of that when she went with cancer. Not okay. Not there. Let's see. This Kyle Thornton, Arlen Fox, Rebecca Hunter. The problem is, though, if none of them are going to say what room they're in, that's not going to be helpful for getting to where I'm trying to. I was going to see if I could look at the room they were in. Oh, you know what I could do, though? That's right. There's the logbook at the front desk, which is that here? Now that's the back. So I want to go around the other way, actually. Well, might be something here, too. But I think the logbook is out front. Neither of those. Did I already try all these? I don't know if I did or not. I think probably, but yeah, they're all locked. I'm sure there are locks that I will never unlock in this game, right? Some of that stuff, like where the medical supplies are and stuff, seems like unlikely that there would be really a reason to have you go in there, unless it's, you know, you're looking for the drugs that somebody took in the process of dying or something. But otherwise, okay. So let's see. Patient. So Trisha. It doesn't say where they are, though, does it? Hang on. Trisha, the top. Yeah. See, it's saying what their house, like what their home is, but it doesn't say where their hospital room is. Which, frankly, is weird. Why would you say their home address in a logbook? Were they going to go to their home to visit them when they're in the hospital? That's weird. In my opinion, at least. That's weird. Wanda doesn't show up here. Oh, no. Patience is what I want, not the other. Nope. Does not. All right, well. We got the balcony thing now. We know we can go up there and see, though we can't really see, like, almost anything, to be frank. It's not really. Oh, pick that up? Oh, yeah, this is that coin. That's right. 1964? That could be significant for somebody's something or other. There's something about a coin in stuff here, too. What was it? Somebody mentioned something with a coin. I don't know if it's in our notes or where it is. Hang on. Closed diary. I don't think it's going to be in there. Hospital closed. Document? Let's see. Sheriff relocation, Vivian's murder, letter to Daniel, hiring PI Stephen Moss, Mansion's worker list, fund embezzlement, medical record, medical report. Yeah, so consider refrain visiting the wife. Sister Michael's confession, Matthew Ayers a lawyer, Dorothy giving Henry's advice to Vivian. No. Okay, so 1964 is on this. Let me see where it talks about that, because there's somebody had a note or something about that coin in, I don't know, I don't know about a room, like, I don't know what room it would have been, but in some room, there was a note about somebody had something, coin, something, and we wanted to make sure something. I don't remember. There was something. So, can somebody let Catherine know that I found her missing pin? Here we go. Place it in one of the drawers in the lobby. If she's wondering and found the basement storage, let's take better care of her things. Catherine. Who is Catherine? Do we know a Catherine? I don't think we know a Catherine, right? I mean, I'm not saying she's not in town, but I don't think we really have journal for her or any or newspapers or anything for her, right? 1964, something. I don't know how that comes into play. $1964. There's probably a padlock or something somewhere in the hospital here that takes 1964. I don't know what or where, but there gives me anything in here. Ah, this could be for hers. There we go. Got somebody news. Logbook for somebody new. Or no, it's just logbook. Can you read? May 19th, 1993, Norma Jefferson was admitted to PCH at 10:24 a.m. Her son found her on the side of the bed and immediately called us. We tried to reach Dr. Johnson, but were not able to. This 93. No, I don't think this is when he was discovered dead. Because this is... Actually, it might be. Yeah, because when Sophia died, that was back in the 70s. So this could be when he died. I don't remember the exact date. Anyway, after the third try, we gave up and called Dr. Schneider, who was not supposed to be on duty. It's the third time that we failed to reach Dr. Johnson. It's never been unreachable this many times before. Yeah. Now that she says that, I think this is probably... Dr. Johnson probably was dead. He probably already had gotten in the river. June 4th. Susan's been sick 3 days in a row. With Catherine calling in sick at the last moment, tonight's staff will be extremely short-handed. I've agreed to do double shifts this weekend. June 20th. It is unfortunate that 8-year-old Timothy Scott drowned. Rumor was that he was trying to retrieve his toy and lost his grip. He was alone while everyone else were playing in the playground. His body was found 3 hours later in the river near the hunting cabin. Near the hunting cabin? I remember seeing a body when I was around there. Interesting. Okay. Well, let me do this. You can see my face just a little bit better. Oh, there we go. Okay, June 26th, so a week later, I was at the end of the hallway when I saw a young lady standing outside Dr. Johnson's office. It was 11:15 p.m. and the visiting hours were over. I called out to her. She turned to me and promptly walked away. I couldn't be exactly sure, but I thought she looked drenched. I looked out of the window. It wasn't raining. We got a ghost. We got a ghost. Probably means we gotta go. Leave the hospital as soon as possible. Okay, so we might want to look down by the hunting cabin / the playground for the drowned kid. That doesn't really help us more than we already knew as far as that goes. Ghost alert. Oh, 11:15 p.m. was one of the times in the manor. Also in the mansion. Oh, we gotta get back there and look at what that 11:15 was. Okay. Oh crap. I am so worried for our character right now. We try to run out of here and okay, let's just go. Go. Okay. Phew. Okay, 11:15. Yeah, so we did see from up above where that railing broke, and then there's the body down there, but I don't know how we know who that is either. Yeah, yeah. Well, like I said, I've for a while now, I've been saying, dude, they might just be pulling a fast one on us, but I seriously feel like we get some like haunting vibes going on in town in general, not just the hospital. By the way, hospital is super creepy, but not just the hospital. As in town in general, I think it's a problem. Okay, so 11:15 was something in the mansion. I think it might have been the security room, but something was at 11:15 in the mansion. I want to see what that was, and then we'll go back over to the hunting cabin or the hunting lodge, and on the way to the playground, we'll like look all along the side there where the woods are and stuff, and see if we can find something. Okay, 11:15. Which means because like the mansion is not gonna be even close to immune to haunting, right? Just because we haven't seen a light something turn off here or something does not mean that this is immune to haunting. I mean, Vivian died in front of her house. That could mean something came here and did away with her. Security room is here. 11:15. I don't know for sure that it was here. There's something 11:15 though. Whoops. I don't want to read. Okay. Yeah. Andrew came to the mansion around 11 p.m. Very drunk. Scott was called. He arrived at 11:15 and brought Andrew home. Oh, he arrived at 11:15, and that we'll say Sophia, even though I don't know for sure that it's her. Sophia showed up in the hospital 11:15. Okay, that's not really a good connection. If Andrew were at the hospital at the time, that would be a better connection. 11:15 here with Sophia there. Yeah, I don't think that's a good connection at all. Damn. But it's possible 11:15 is kind of the key moment. Like maybe there's something else we find out that's 11:15, and then maybe that ties it together. I don't know. June 28th, 1975. Okay, what was... nurse logbook. That's June 26th. Yeah, June 26th, though, is significant. So this is why. This is how that ties together, I think. We go here, and who is it that has it? It's Scott, I think, on his entry when he talked to Andrew. June 26, 1975, at 11 p.m. Vivian, Dr. Johnson, and Andrew confronted Sophia. June 26, 1975. That's June 28th. How is that off by 2 days? What is the thing I'm missing? This is June 26th. So it is for sure tied. June 26, 93. It's on the day Sophia died that she starts showing up to haunt people. Not that she can't haunt other days, but on that day specifically, she... Interesting. And then if we go here, see, this is wait, maybe not. Where's 11:15 on here? 11:15 here is July 4th. So that, I don't know that this is tied. Interesting that the time is the same. But no. I don't know. Okay. Well, anyway, so we have a tie there. So it's like, I don't know that it's only them, like I said, but at least it seems like, at least for sure, on the day of her death each year, Sophia shows up to give people grief. Bro, that is rough. Okay, let's cabin and the playground, like the riverside or whatever that goes along it. Where is my exit? Here we go. Okay, so we'll head down there. See if we could. I don't know if we're gonna find a. At this point, we probably wouldn't find a body, right? But we might find some stuff. I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna find something or not. How long does clothing last if it's just out in nature? I suppose it still lasts years and years, right? I mean, it gets way faded and ratty and raggedy and stuff, but it still would last. So maybe we see like a torn shirt or something? Maybe. Let's now go toward the hospital. I want to cut. How can I? I don't know which way is going to be best. Come away here, I guess. Pebble Lane. It's kind of going the right direction. I don't know if it goes to quite where I want, but it's going to be close. So I think it'll come out to the dirt thing that goes around the outside, and then we can from there, yeah, and then go here. Okay. Okay. See if we see anything. The riverbank from here to, or riverbank, or this side of like the forest and stuff, from here to the cabin. Maybe I'll just do it like this. Even though it's crouching, so I'm going more slowly, it does give me a better view through the fence going down like this. And there might not be anything, right? This is years later, a few years later. But the water of the river is almost glacial. Yeah. Super cold, she said, I think. Drinkable? Yeah. It looks really pretty, huh? It looks really high quality, yeah. Plus, where this is supposed to take place is kind of like woods slash like maybe foothills-ish. Not maybe quite up in the mountains, but maybe like the foothills or near the foothills. Like when we go up to the mansion, right? If instead of going straight to the mansion, like turning left and going to the mansion, if you continue up that road keeps going up and it leaves town. So you are like kind of going into the hills, right? So for sure. So far, I'm not seeing anything. And like I said, this could all be not exactly pointless because we're trying to investigate it either way, but this could all be fruitless, like we may not get any results from this, but it is something to check out because we got a note about it, right? In the entries, like the log book or whatever. What is that? Hear that noise? if I noticed this before. It's like another open side area. Interesting. Interesting streak there. I wonder what that's for. Looks like a bird box over there. Like a birdhouse. See if there's something there. This tree is really pretty though. Oh yeah, there's a bird house here too. Interesting. But see, some of this stuff, it doesn't even just look like mold or something, or like not mold, but like not moss exactly, but kind of like a lichen or algae or something growing on the side of the tree. It doesn't even look like that. Some of it looks actually like it's painted or something almost. Yeah, it could have been. For sure could have been. It sounded to me almost like... I'm not saying it was one, but it almost sounded like the sound when you pop a flare and it lights up. It sounded sort of similar to that. But it also could be something like... it could be water. Like maybe like a geyser or something. I don't know. It didn't quite sound like flowing, like river flow though. To me, it sounded like something else, but what do I know? I can only go off of what I think it sounded like, not what it's supposed to be or something. I don't actually know the answer to that. Okay. A lot of tall grass here, but I don't, or well, tall-ish. I mean, I'm crouching, so it's obviously taller. It looks taller than it would be normally. Yeah, that might just be wind and or river. Maybe the two sounds were happening at the same time, and so it gave me the impression of something else. It's definitely possible. Bird boxes are interesting, but we're looking for something left behind from the boy who drowned. Open. Oh, hey. Locked. Dang you. I'm sure this doesn't work. No. Yeah. So we need some kind of a key to open that up. Wonder where we're going to find a key. Maybe in one of these birdhouses, but I kind of doubt it. Well, it'd have to be this one because the other one's too high. I think even standing up. I don't think we're doing anything with this bird box, to be honest. I'm not seeing anything that's gonna open or anything or let me interact with it. All right, but we need a key for this somehow, and I don't know where we're gonna get that. So the cabin, I think. Well, I don't know if we got everything in the cabin. We still have that one compartment down in the basement. I wonder if we go to the church, maybe, Or Magdalene's grave, maybe. Anyway, we might end up finding that little like medallion or like a amulet or something, or medallion with a crucifix symbol on it. We might find something like that there. I don't know. I kind of have the feeling like, did we already jimmy these? We did, yeah. My suspicion is what's going to happen is just that we have to get into that side area of the church, and we're not able to, and so we're not going to be able to get anything from that. But okay, let's I figured I'd search this. I already had, but again, just to make sure I didn't miss one, see if there are any additional cars around here. So we have these glove boxes, but I can't, well, actually this one you can't interact with at all, but I can't, some of these have locked glove boxes and I can't access them. I don't have any way to unlock them. I can use the jimmy right here, a slim jim, to open the doors. Yeah, this one has like a locked thing, for example, but I can't actually, and I cannot, I use this and nothing happens. And there's nothing else I have. I'm gonna use this. I doubt it'll do anything, right? Yeah. No. Anyway, okay, since we're by the cemetery, let's look at Magdalene's grave and see if, I doubt there's something here, but we can see if there's a, no, I don't see anything. If you look at the grave itself too, but like I said, I doubt. Yeah, there's nothing. Okay, well, close that again. Right. Remind myself of his date of death, date of birth. 10/24/02. 10/24/1902. In fact, I'm going to write that down so I don't forget it. 10/24/02. Because that might be, there are at least a couple of combination locks in here, I think. Well, there's one at least for sure in Scott's old room, and I think there's another on a padlock, I think. So either of those, we'll try his birth date and see if either of those work for that. His bathroom, so no. I don't remember there being something in here or not. Or whether there's something here or not, I should say. Okay, yeah, there's nothing here. We already got in there. Yeah, let's try Scott's room first. Okay. 10/24. Oh. Only 4 digits. 1902? No. Okay. Just in case it's backwards, European style, but I don't know why you would do that in America. This is supposedly in Nevada. Well, new land, but then later they changed it to Nevada. It's supposed to be the United States, so I don't think that we would use European or, well, almost anywhere else in the world, to be frank, as the format for dates. They would be whatever you use in the country where takes place. So here, maybe. Okay. Try 1024. Oh, I did it anyway. No. Probably, though. This is probably... Well, maybe not, actually. Yeah, I don't know what else it would be, honestly. So obviously it's different code for that. Where else? There might be one more. I don't remember for sure. There might be one more on something in here though. Not there. See anything there though. I think there are any places otherwise in the church where I would need a combination. Already looked over here. Just double check and make sure I didn't miss some block somewhere. Yeah, I don't see it. So, what is... Go back to the end and look at the photos again. Because I think this is a key or something, right? To enter, not even a key, maybe. It's not even a lock on that item that I can see. So, makes it a little difficult to manipulate combination if there are no tumblers, no turners there to rotate for your combination, right? Okay, let's go back up to his room. Look at those photographs again and see what we're missing. Okay, so the PI had taken a picture when we were at the hospital. He took a picture of that spot. So this is what we had seen before. See, Fofox? So this is right here. Somebody up there, or possibly a ghost. But since there's a dead, like there's a tape outline down below, pretty sure it wasn't a ghost that was up there. I don't know that we know who that is. See how I was wrong. It's not even a hospital gown. It's all silhouetted though, so you can't really tell. You can tell almost nothing about it. I don't even know if you could tell enough to tell if it's like what the gender of the person is. I don't know if you can. Yeah, where can I find the key? That's the question. That's at the hunting lodge. This Calvin's date of birth, that's what this is for. It's this. But I don't know where this is. Calvin's date of birth. See, to me, it looks like on the left there. Maybe not. I was thinking that was like a countertop, like a bathroom sink or something, but I don't think so. The person who pushed... No. we don't know who it is that's up there. We also don't know if they were pushed or they fell or went off on their own. We don't know any of that yet. We don't have enough details. We just know he has a photograph, wasn't sure about who was up there, and we happen to know that down below there's tape. So that's about as far as it goes for us, though. You know what though? I suppose actually, now that I think about this is a different angle. This is not the same angle as where the tape is and stuff. So we actually should go back there and look for this angle. I didn't think about that, but we really should. Hang on a second. Let me do this. Okay. Take a screenshot of the stream so I can see what that looks like when I get there. Okay. Okay, we can always come back here. Let's pause. Let's go back to the hospital. See if I can find that angle. That's actually a different angle. I was just assuming, because I saw them up on the roof, I was assuming, oh, that's what that is. I don't think so. I don't think that's the same thing. We know that we've been up above now and seen the broken railing, and we saw the tape down below. So we know that's, those two things are connected. This angle, I think this is a totally different angle, to be honest. Now that I look at it again, let's go back. Just straight through all the way. This is the road the hospital's on. So when we come out and go back to the inn to look at that picture of the kind of the bench cabinet or whatever that unlocks, that'll again we'll look at that when we're done here. We just go straight shot to the inn again from the hospital. So we want to go around the yard in the hospital and see what we can see that way, which means we cannot get into the yard from here. So we need to go through to the back side. And then, because see, this is on the front side. There's no way this is right. Yeah, that does not match what's in the picture. So we want to go around to the back side and then in the yard. And then from there, see. Okay. Yeah, this is more of the type of thing. Let's see. Can't really go any farther from here. Where is... I don't think it's that way. I think we want to go the side yard here. I think it's going to be over here. This is the angle he had. Yeah. Yep, this is the angle. Right about here. Right about here was somebody. Interesting. How... See anything in windows? No. Anything down below? Can't really see anything from the angle. But his camera was more of an angle like this, I guess. Something like this. Yeah. Something like this, and the figure is right here in that image, in that photograph. I can't just use it? Damn. I was going to try to take a picture, see if anything showed up in my camera. But I can't. It's not going to let me use it. Wonder if I move around some? It's not a good angle, though. The angle is definitely more like this. Is that right? I'm trying to get the right angle. Not sure that I'm really doing a good job of it. But it's still not, apparently it's still not going to let me use it, so I don't know. I think if a figure ends up showing up there for me, I could probably use my camera, but I'm not getting anything, so I think probably, what's her name again? Janet. Janet's probably thinking, nah, there's no reason to take a picture. It was a little unfortunate, because I'd like to see what happens when you do that. But, nope. I don't know, bro. I'll tell you. Okay. Well, we now know where we go to try that, though. Right? It's there. So at some point we'll come back. We'll see if we can get it again. Okay. Could be. Could be. Could also be a ghost. We definitely have like supernatural vibes coming in the game. Every so often. Not all the time, but every so often they're like, oh, and by the way, this could be supernatural, so just FYI. Oh, really? That's great. All right. Back to the inn. Well, do I need to go to the inn? I kind of have an idea of where that, or what that bench looks like. I just need to find a place where that bench would be. I'm trying to remember. We were at the hunting cabin. I don't think there was anything there. Let's go through here. Just when you thought you knew all the variables, yeah. Here. So I still don't know. I still don't have a key for that box. Well, we only got it a little bit ago. If that box in that little clearing area. Don't know about that. Also don't know that the bench is going to be here. But I don't know if I actually came back here and looked. I did in the bathroom itself, I think, but I don't know if I looked around all that much. Maybe I did. What about down below, though? Is there anything? Yeah, so Faux Fox, this is what we want, a symbol that looks like this. Some kind of a key, quote unquote, that'll go here. Don't know where that, like, don't know, yeah, where we're going to find that. But pretty much, this downstairs room is that key and then this journal entry that we got earlier. I think that's about all that's going to be here. So it's definitely not something in the cabin. Or lodge, whatever you want to call this. Where is that, though? Okay, Wanda's was 40 on Black Pine Tar Asphalt Way. Whatever the hell that road is called. I want to go back there. You know, we could try Andrew's place also. It did burn, so it's a good chance that it's not going to have anything. Like, there's going to be nothing that survived the fire. But since the PI took the photo, I'm starting to think that there could be something still. Black Pine. Okay, 40, right? $39. 15. Yeah, we're away. Going the wrong way at that point. That's not 40 though, I don't think. There's not even a number. 40's around here somewhere. I just need to find it. Where was it I saw that earlier? 32, 34, 36. Should be. Oh, 40's here, yeah. Okay. Can't get into her place, though. So, we did get it at Derek's. What was Derek's address? Let's go back. He visited Wanda, I think. I'm pretty sure he's on the... That's on the registry. Let me see what his address he put down is, so I can remind myself where he is. It wasn't Wanda's place. It was his place. I was thinking of as kind of like an inset with, like, I think there were 3 houses and he's like the middle house, but I don't remember. Yeah, look at the registry and see. Okay. Oh, there's not a listing for Wanda? Damn. I thought there was a listing for Wanda. Well, that sucks. I don't know. At that point, then, I don't know. How did we find out? Is it on the inn's logbook? Somewhere there's a reference that says where they live. I don't remember where now. Oh, you know what? Well, there's the thing that says where Wanda lives. I don't know if we have a reference where Derek lives, though. She doesn't talk about Derek, though, does she? 94, not 72. Derek didn't show up until, like, the 90s. Maybe Scott? I don't know. I don't have a high confidence that Scott will have it, but maybe. Let's just go back into the inn, I think. See if there's something there. I don't know why I can remember where. Well, I guess it's like easier landmark wise to find it, but I don't know why I can remember where Andrew's place is with everything burned down and stuff, but I can't seem to remember where Derek's is. But okay. It's not here, right? Yeah, no. Wait, what? Where's the... Oh, I was like, where's the logbook? Here we go. Yeah, none of these. I think pretty much these are people from out of town, generally. Say anything about Derek there, yeah. Wish I remembered where Derek's place was. Wish I remembered how I found Derek's place. Oh, it might be in Moss's notes, maybe. He did write kind of some like address type stuff. Let me see. Security code the mansion. We already used that forever ago now. I mean, now it's like 2 weeks ago or something. Doesn't have any addresses though. Oh wait, okay. Bernard is 31 Silver Lake. Okay. No, I don't need you to tell me. Thanks, I appreciate it though. Yeah. No, Silver. Let's see, Town Center and Clover. Town Center and Clover. Silver Lake is the end of Clover. That's where it is. 31 Silver Lake. I did find it. I just can't remember. But that's... I don't... Well, I'm not asking you to tell me. I'm going to try to find it myself, of course. Hair tearing moment? Yeah. I think we can get in there, but I figured I'd try. I didn't remember if I tried by the install or not. 31, right? Yeah. Get a house number would be nice. 18. Now if they just keep going, 25, 23. So 25, 26. Oh, you get 31. I've been in there though, so we must at some point. That goes out of town. 29. Where the crap is 31? What the what? Oh, back here maybe? Maybe. Yeah, here we go. 31. I was like, I remembered. Actually, this, I think Bernard's is what I was thinking of. Kind of a setback from the street thing. I feel like there's definitely possibly more stuff that not discovered in here. I don't know that I would say that we've done as thorough of a job. See, this does not say the knife is dull, unlike that other place. That's what I'm saying. So like when that one specifically says the knife is dull, it's like, oh, that is significant. That is important somehow. Okay, so this is just kitchen that hasn't been used in forever. There's even a trash bag that's not in a normal bin. It's actually just in the bag, in the sack. That does not seem like the kind of thing Bernard would do. So obviously some of this stuff I think has just been left around. Tissue and bottles, empty pill bottles. Yeah. And that does not open. Okay. No drawers to open there. Excuse me. Knife is missing from the case. Yeah. Locked. Let's close this. Locked. Showed up and then it stopped. Okay. Both of those are locked currently. Yeah, this is busted open. And an axe is missing also. So that's not awesome. I don't know exactly what the significance of that is, but it's not great. Knife is missing, an axe is missing. Display of military badges. Badges? We don't need those stinky badges. Yeah, nothing there. Okay. Vivian Roberts, the Untold Story. Cannot even open those. Doesn't look like, at least. Okay. I'm just peeking back in to see if there are any of those kind of bench seats that Detective, or not Detective, P.I. Moss. Stained wooden panel, need a tool to pull out the nails. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't have that. Okay. This. I don't think I know. It's not going to be the one we have, Father Calvin's birthday, because that's specifically for that bench type thing. That's obviously not a bench, that's a desk. So it's not going to be for that. So we need a pry bar or a hammer or something similar to get this up. A hammer is in a claw hammer, something that'll have, you know, something you can pry. So we don't have any kind of numerical clues around here. Oh, it could be. He had said in his journal that Vivian might be his type, but he crossed it out and then said he doesn't know who. So I wonder if... Is there a published date on her book? Maybe that will help us out. No. Mid-70s. This is her. This isn't her published date anyway, though. This is just like her, kind of her mini biography. So that's not going to help. Nope. So not there. Do we know the date he got out of the military? Can't really see. Last of the Mohicans. Return of the Native. Tom Hardy. Let's see. I remember being there lots of, yes, I remember moments in this game. I'd like to always have a game like this on the go. Unfortunately, there's not many. Always on the go, yeah. Yeah. I would say that's for sure. There are games with high replayability. And there are games that don't really have that. Even murder mysteries like this, I think would have really high playability. Just it's so vast. There's so much potentially to find in here. I can't imagine this is a single playthrough, never play again type of a game. Doesn't feel like that at all to me. Don't see any dates or anything. Could be time on the clock. I doubt, highly doubtful. 2, nah, because you'd have to do O2 if you're going to do that anyway. 252, that'd be 3 numbers unless you do O2, which I wouldn't think you would want to do in this case. Excuse me. Nope, none of those. I think... I don't think there was anything there, though, right? Maybe. I think at the manor, there was a locker for Bernard. I just don't think he has anything in there that will give us a clue about anything out here. Let me run really fast to the manor, see if I can find the lockers again. I think they're just right by the gym. And then check the inside of his locker. But as I said, I don't expect there to be really anything there. But it doesn't hurt to try. There are some guesses you could make too. Like maybe it's the date of employment is significant enough to him that he might use that. It's always possible. It's not terribly likely, but it is possible. Yeah, we still have this door at the end. We've not been able to access either. Well, I think that and the one below are both to the garage. So that's not exactly surprising. You're missing one, you're missing both, basically. Yeah, here are the lockers. Let me see. Let's see, was one of them Bernard? Yeah, here's Bernard's. But there's nothing. Yeah, there's no note or writing or anything. I did not think there probably would be, but, you know. Okay. So we're leaving again. We'll go back. I don't know if we would go back to Bernard's place again. We weren't really finding much there. I think what I'm going to do is go back to Andrew's place. Very possible we won't find anything there either. But, oops. But I do want to see. Just in case. So we cannot get into Wanda's place. We know where it is. We can't get inside. And like I said, I'm positive. I'm trying to think if there's something in the manor that will tell us what Derek is. Probably. There should be some kind of employee records, right? But I don't remember. I remember the logbook of the security office. I don't know if I remember like a full list of employees' addresses though. Let's see. This just says some things that happened. Alright, this isn't gonna give. Boom wanted to say. Oh, here we go. Bernard. Derek. 43 Silver Lake. 43 Silver Lake. Oh, that's the same as Wanda, though. So we cannot get into either of them, apparently. Damn, how do we get Derek's key? Seven Black Pine. There's also 40 Black Pine. And 10 Town Center. I don't know if we've been to either of these. 40 and 10. Okay. So the 43 was helpful so that I know that it's the same place, but we've already tried there. So 40 and 10 Town Center. Wait. Town Center's the street? Yeah. Town Center Drive. 10 Town Center Drive. And the other is Black Pine Road 40, which is the same that he was on, so I know right where that is. I mean, I know where the road is. Let's get turned around. This gold must say, remember when you refound it? Oh, yeah. Got an address. Yep, we got some. So we'll try, just so I don't forget, we'll try 10 Town Center Way first. Then after that, we'll go, because that way where Andrew is the same street where Dorothy is. It's the one that runs along the river. So we'll see if we can get to 40 from there. But right now we want 10 Town Center Way. Okay. This is Town Center. So 10. That's 7. 9, 10. Cannot get into it. So we cannot currently get into Mary's place. Okay, let's try 40. Black Coal, Like My Heart Way, whatever it's called. It's down. I think we get to it this way. It's the best way. Well, that's how I got to his, was here. This is 7. She's at 40? Oh, maybe it's the other side with the where there's the dirt road. Dorothy been with him for a long time. You'd think she'd have a nicer place over time. But okay. I mean, for that matter, though, I've been an adult. I've been adulting for decades, and I still just live in an apartment. So I'm one to talk. Okay, 40. This is 4. And this might not even be the right. I'm starting to think this is not the right way anyway, though. Because these are all, and then 4 again. Yeah, okay. I think what I want to do. Come back out, just look at the map. So this is definitely that road, but where else does that road go? Black Pine Road goes up from the sheriff's office toward center. 12, 11, 13. We go past. Black Pine Road goes up toward the hospital. So this... $32, 4. Yeah, this is 40, right? Yeah. So we can't get in. I know of no way. I also know of no reason why the gunpowder treason should ever be forgot. That's another discussion entirely. Does she? Okay, I don't have her key. So, for now, that's also a dead end. It's too bad. Okay, let's go back to... We for sure can get into Broski's place. So let's do that. That's so weird, though. They're so far apart, but they have the same road name. That is a weird road. Yeah. Wanda strikes me as like a sweetheart. She's probably really kind to Sophia and whomever else back when things were around. Go in here for sure. Back to Andrew's place. I don't know if we're gonna find anything more now, though. Kind of doubt it, but. Yeah, I mean that's fair, because originally you'd have like the road wound like this, and over time with shops showing up, then you expanded additional roads, and then it started being, this was all the road you're wanting goes here, and then when it splits it goes this way, but then when it splits again it goes this way, and then when it splits again it goes this way, and then when it splits again it goes this way, and you're like, why is the road going all around like this? It's crazy. Door is jammed. Oh, I don't think so, but let me see. Can I use this? No. Okay. Jammed. I thought maybe I could jimmy it, but no. Looks like the answer is nice try, Zexor, but have half a brain next time. I think I already examined pretty much all this stuff, but I'm going to try again because I always can miss stuff. As today is demonstrated, today's stream is demonstrated for sure. We did get into here. That was when we got this. And then this. We don't really... Premium rums, but we don't really do anything with it. It's just additional evidence showing his drinking problem, right? Nothing on this pile of ash, right? Or maybe sludge at this point. I'm not sure what really condition it is supposed to be in now, but basically ash, cinders, charred, ruins, whatever you want to call it. I don't think there's anything else in the very, very burned room. As you can see, I have been here before. Nothing there. Or there. Nope. These I cannot open? Oh, no, you can. I can open at least that one. That one, too. Nothing there. No. Not that I expect the lights to come on in a place that burned down. Or half burned down. Okay. Like, some of this stuff is very... it's very, very unsettling. Isn't exactly the right word I'm looking for, but kind of in that. No, it's not like spooky or something. I don't have a lighter, so I'm not going to be lighting those or anything. Not that I would want to anyway, but just in case the game's like, you know, really. I think we already got this, right? Yeah, this is that one that we already have. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything new here. Oh, she is coming for us, which is fun. That's always festive. Do that, and all the family have a great time. Do that on holidays. So nothing new there. Trying to think how we're gonna get more keys and so on. most of these are locked. I think I've tried every single one of these, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Just playing musical tones with the gates. Be nice if some of these shops or things would open as well, but nothing there. Probably nothing over at this room either, right? Yeah. Industrial type, well, semi-industrial type room for better cleanup, of course. Jams and jellies. Yeah. This is barbershop. It's closed. I don't know what this place is. It's also locked. Okay, just kind of playing around at this point. So nothing at Bernard's, nothing there. We could not get in to Mary's. Boy, I don't know. Locked. I don't imagine, unless I get specific entry in a journal or something like that, tell me look in pile of trash A at this point on the map. I don't imagine any of that's ever going to be fruitful, looking through garbage piles. Okay. What do I want to do? I've done the church multiple times at this point. I don't know that I have enough. So who was... Okay, hang on. Let me go back to Matthews. So Father Calvin was significant to him, right? Well, we already tried Father Calvin's birth date. So the Moon Cafe is one of his favorite places. But when we go to the Moon Cafe, it's closed, so we can't go inside right now. Is there anything we could see significant on the outside of the Moon Cafe, like on the door, or an ad or something? Let me see if it... I don't know if it shows up on the map. Photography does. Yeah, no. But it's around this general area. It might be up above. I don't remember, but it's something around here in general. Let's see. Let's go to housing. I don't think that's right. Let's see. Not a store. Barber, the jam and cheese maker. Where is the Moon Cafe? Should be around the center area of town somewhere. Wonder if it's closer to the inn. Might be right by the inn or something. Let's see. What about the back side here? That goes back to the cheese market, yeah. This is kind of cafe-ish, is it? Okay. We're kind of in the right area. Big Book's Little. There should be the cafe. I thought it was relatively close to this. I don't remember where we saw that. Back to Big Book's Little. Oh, here it is. Right here. We can't get inside, and I don't see any kind of numbers or adverts or anything on it, so I don't know. If we're going to gather anything significant from it currently. I feel like no is the answer. And Big Book's Little we also cannot get into. And also has very little. This is pretty much blurred, so you can't really glean any information from it. Oh, there is this, but I think this just goes... Oh, there's the other side of Moon Cafe. Let's see. Happy hour. Tuesday nights. Pricing information. At 6 to 10 p.m. That's not going to be... First of all, we need 4 digits, not 3. And secondly, that's not significant enough, I think, to really warrant trying anything from there. This is also locked, I assume? He did mention Big Book's Little. I think he did, or somebody did anyway. But there's no entering that place, so... Looks like there's only the one door for this also. Both the others are for the Moon Cafe. Just front and back doors to the Moon Cafe. So it looks like Big Book's Little only has the one door. We also cannot get in here. The post office was mentioned when we were in the hospital. There was something mentioned about the post office at some point. I don't remember what it was now, but there was something. Okay, what other... Let's just go back down to the church. I don't know. Okay, who else is significant or important to... You know what? I don't know about a birthday, necessarily, but I wonder if there's some date with Scott that's important to Matthew. Might give us a padlock, maybe. Same thing with Scott, actually. His safe combo might have something to do with the day that he was adopted or something. Let's see. Up there, upstairs, what I want. Alright, let's see. His 1985, yeah. Father Matthew picked me up from the orphanage today. April 6th, though? Try 0406 or 1985. I have a feeling neither of those is going to work, but... No. Okay. So not yet. It's also possible something with when he met with when he started dating Trisha or something, maybe. Forbid me to be with Trisha is probably not a date he wants to remember. This is later in the year. Still some stuff with about Trisha, Derek. Or not Trisha. Sophia and Derek, I mean. I think I said Trisha, I meant Sophia. I can't see 1972 or 1995 being thing. We'll try them, but I doubt either of those. 1972. What was the other one I said? 75. But again, I don't think it's going to work either. Yeah, no. Nope, okay. So not there. So 1985 maybe. 0406 maybe, probably not 0406. Yeah, no. Neither of those. Can't really see what that is. '71, 1971 is when he started being the priest here? Possibly. Or 1027. I don't think it's either of those, but try it anyway. What was 71? Oops. Yeah. Kind of what I thought. Oh, 0225, February 25th. I don't think that's it either. Nah, I need something more solid than that. I can't. All this guesswork is just gonna waste time, I think. Uh-huh. I don't see anything in here that's significant enough on its own to possibly be a combination for his stuff. I don't know. That's unfortunate. We don't have anything for the church here. I've already been to this. I think this is close. I think I've already tried this. 5 walnut. Let's see if we can do 5 walnut. I don't think, though, that's anything. Funeral of Andrew Reed. No, Andrew Reed's not going to be his thing. I was thinking funerals for Scott, but if it's Andrew, no, that's not going to be. When did Scott die? It might be Scott's date, death date. That'd almost certainly be more significant than Father Calvin's birth date. Plus, Father Calvin's birth date, again, is... I keep doing that. Father Calvin's birth date is for the bench, not for that anyway. Let's do this really fast, and then we'll try the walnut. Because Scott is buried over somewhere around here. Calvin, Scott Brooks. November 15th, 1995. 11:15. Wait, is Father Matthew here as well? Because if he is, I want to make sure he died after Scott died. Yeah, I don't think he's here. We just want Scott. So 11/15, 1995. Yeah, nope. Okay. Anyway, we'll give up on that now for sure. I just had the one thought as we were going by the cemetery, but we're just gonna leave it for now for sure. Not gonna bother. Continue to try that for the time being. I think we're gonna try this place on Walnut, and then if we don't, whoops, I forgot to look at the address again. It's 4 Walnut, right? I think it's 4. Let me just double check really fast. We're gonna stop by this place on Walnut really briefly, and then I think I'm gonna call it today. I've already gone way over what I normally would for time, so. Five 5 walnut. Okay. Walnut. Oh yeah. That's the photography, right? Yeah, I've already tried that. I'm pretty sure. We'll go to it though, and then I'll see that it's locked. Then we'll call it. Yep. Okay. All right. That's what we're gonna call it for today. Yeah. Didn't even think about it. We've been at it for like 5 hours. So way longer than I normally do. So we have some stuff though that it obviously didn't pan out right now, but we have some stuff that I think will end up being fairly significant. For example, that angle at the hospital, and I think it might be like enough other events or something happen in the game, or enough other things are discovered in the game, that it starts to get maybe a little bit later in the day or something like that. And then as a consequence or as a result of that, we then can angle just right, and then we can take a picture with our camera. It's hard to say, you know. I don't really have any idea of it's going to work like this. Just some things like that though do seem interesting and important enough that it'll probably at some point some of that stuff will pan out. Maybe not all of it, maybe even most of it won't, but some of it will, I'm sure. Pretty confident at least some. So thanks for joining me. Appreciate it. The support as always. Faux Fox, Monmouth, and anybody else who watched. I will talk to you guys next weekend, or maybe in between. We'll see. Till then, peace.
Poor spider.
This freaking boy. Oh, that's so sad.